Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back. Yeah. Woke up.
I ain't feeling your side. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka. It is what it is, baby. You really not feeling me? Let me find out. Yo, question my ability. Let me find out. Invest in my enemy. Let me find out. There ain't no telling what you finna see. You finna find out. It's something that enters me. You finna find out. Then exit with energy. You finna find out. Riding flows like centipede. You finna find out. Screw those that's kidding me. Let me find out. Hit the big lips. I'ma call you Bill Bellamy. When you talk your shit, man, really it's killing me. Hit you with my fist and I'ma do it lyrically. Crazy ass brick, so I might do it literally. I'ma do this till I'm old eating celery. How old is Jay-Z? He gotta be 70. Come to my show or I'ma do it bitterly. Or hit the porn store with a bitch named Beverly. Keep waiting tables, yeah. Spicy means peppery. Or get tattoos and
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whacked, not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Whatever you do, don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. How y'all feeling? I know I'm late. Apologies. Duty calls. Can only do so much, man. But I apologize. I'm here for y'all, though. How y'all feel? What are we going to do? How are we going to start this today? I'm not exactly sure where I want to start. Freaking YouTube is on my butt. They on my head, man. Giving me a hard time. I have to be more careful. So, it is what it is, though. Let's go into this right here. This is breaking because I saw a little bit of this on my way home. Only had a little scroll for a second. This was something I saw.
To the media and one of the federal agents. Portions of these manifestos detail the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, this shooting was racially motivated and he hated black people. He wanted to kill niggers. That's the one and only time I'll use that word. I want to be very clear that there is absolutely no evidence that the shooter is part of any large group. The Clay County Sheriff's Office, who has been assisting our agency with this investigation, received information after the shooting that the shooter had authored several manifestos, one to his parents, one to the media, and one to federal agents. Portions of these manifestos detail the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, this shooting was racially motivated and he hated black people.
Okay, so I don't know anything about this, really. I'm not gonna lie to you. So it says police, Jacksonville shooter killed 3 people. It says all the victims were black. Let's look it up. Jacksonville shooter, 3 people. Give me a second. There's always so many shootings. You gotta be careful with your keywords. Okay, 5 hours ago, News Nation. Let's go to it. This is breaking news.
This is developing. A gunman killed 3 people in Jacksonville before being shot himself. Now, the unidentified man opened fire and then barricaded himself inside of a Dollar General store northwest of the city. And we just got some video into our newsroom showing police and emergency vehicles near the Dollar Tree there. We just learned moments.
Come on. Come on. Forget about it. What am I connected to? I'm connected to the extender. What is going on? Forgive me, y'all. I don't know what's happening. I'm having technical difficulties here. It looks like I'm good to go. I don't know why it's not playing.
Room showing police and emergency vehicles near the Dollar Tree there. We just learned moments ago that the 3 victims are 2 males and a female. All 3 are African American. And police just held a press conference saying that the shooter was a white man and considered a racist. They add the shooter had 3 manifestos, and the shooting is being considered a hate crime. We will continue to update this. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com.
Well, you know, whenever something like this happens, they always got to big it up because they love to stir the pot.
Our mayor, city leaders, to share the heartbreaking news that Jacksonville has suffered the loss of 3 precious lives at the hands of an active shooter. This afternoon, a little after 1 p.m., an individual we have not yet officially identified entered a Dollar Tree in the Newtown area of Jacksonville, outfitted with a tactical vest, armed with an AR-style rifle and a handgun. Then the shooter killed 3 people before turning the gun on himself, taking his own life.
Whoa.
Other than the 3 individuals killed and the shooter himself, there are no additional people who suffered gunshot wounds. We are not identifying the deceased victims at this time, but I can tell you that there are 2 male victims and 1 female victim. All of the deceased victims are black. Multiple units from the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office responded to this active shooter scene, as did members of Jacksonville Fire Rescue, our mayor, and city leaders. We are still in the very early stages of this investigation, so there's a lot of information that we don't know at this time. I will share with you the information that I have been able to verify. The shooter was believed to have resided in Clay County with his parents. He was involved in a 2016 domestic call in Clay County with no arrest. In 2017, he did have a Baker Act. We know that at 11:39 a.m. today, Sheriff Cook gave us information that he left Clay County, headed to Jacksonville. At 1:18 p.m., he texted his father and told his father to check his computer. At 1:53 p.m., the shooter's family members called the Clay County Sheriff's Office. By that time, he had already began shooting in Jacksonville. The Clay County Sheriff's Office, who has been assisting our agency with this investigation, received information after the shooting that the shooter had authored several manifestos, one to his parents, one to the media, and one to federal agents. Portions of these manifestos detailed the shooter's disgusting ideology of hate. Plainly put, this shooting was racially motivated, and he hated black people. He wanted to kill. That's the one and only time I'll use that word. I want to be very clear that there is absolutely the shooter is part of any large group. We know that he acted completely alone. If you take a look at the images on the screen, you'll be able to see what he utilized. The weapons that the shooter used today are a Glock and an AR-15 style rifle. This is a dark day in Jacksonville's history. Any loss of life is tragic, but the hate that motivated the shooter's killing spree adds an additional layer of heartbreak. There's no place for hate in our community, and this is not Jacksonville. As a member of this Jacksonville community, I'm sickened by this cowardly shooter's personal ideology of hate. Homicide detectives are actively investigating this tragedy, and despite the fact that the shooter is dead, we'll continue to investigate this until we have a complete understanding of what happened and even why he did it. Our Jacksonville community collectively cries tonight. To the victims and victims' families, our thoughts and prayers are with you now and will remain with you. Please know that in the face of this tragedy, this agency and our city stands with you. We stand united and resolved in our commitment to accountability. We stand united with each other. Those who have personally suffered loss and those who have been touched by this tragedy, we are with you. We stand united and resolved against all forms of hate. And at this time, I'll take any questions that I can.
Sheriff Waters, does the Sheriff's Office consider this a mass shooting, and why or why not?
Yes, it's a mass shooting. It's an active shooting, whatever you want to label it. It's a shooting that should not have happened under any circumstances. I don't think names of the shooting really matter. What matters is 3 people lost their life today.
Sheriff, there were reports that
4.
may have been seen on Edward University at first and then made his way down the road. Can you confirm that? Was the plan to maybe start to go there?
I can't tell you what his mindset was while he was there, but he did go there. And he did put his vest on and a mask on and then went directly to Dollar General.
Dollar General.
Sheriff, did Edward Waters University catch the incident on camera, on their cameras?
That's still part of our investigative process.
How does the community and the Sheriff's Office, whenever they side by side, how do you go about healing that process to know that ideologies exist today? It's not Jacksonville. I mean, obviously, there's really plenty in the metro area. We're still responsible.
Well, you see us standing here together, right? So none of that, that's an outlier.
Did you start already?
That doesn't represent who we are as a city and who we are as a people, right? Our mayor's here, our political leaders from all over the city are here, and it shows where we stand and how we believe as a community. No, politics aside, none of that matters. What matters is who we are as a community. We stand together as a community. We live together as a community. We fight together as a community. And when someone comes into our city and does this, we're not going to stand for it, and we don't accept it. So we're always going to fight against it.
Mayor, you were out at the scene. Your thoughts about this as you stood among the community?
I'm gonna take this off, Sheriff, because they're not gonna see me behind there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, unfortunate. You know, I wonder, the guy, 3 people, the label of the mass shooting, I don't know. That's one thing that me and Doc talk about on the show a lot, like what they decide to call mass shootings and what they don't. Like there's something fishy or whatever with that. I don't know how they come up with that and which ones they tend to want to focus on and which ones they just kind of brush under the rug. That's a thing. So it can't help but to be, he said, politics aside, it can't help but to be political just because they pick and choose which ones they like cover and blow up or whatever, It's very sad, and then he said 3 people lost a lot, 4 people lost a lot. And I wonder, the guy, so was he only planning to kill 3 people or things got out of hand quickly or something? And he just offed his, I'm sure he was planning on offing himself. You know, that's such a cowardly ass thing to do. Like, he wants to be famous, so hopefully they don't say his name and they don't show his picture, you know, because that's what he wants, and then you have all these copycat incidents that happen, because people want to be famous, you know. So hopefully they don't say. That's what they need to do. They need to stop showing these people's face and stop showing their name, and just give them like shooter number whatever or something like that, something kind of anonymous, maybe that'll keep them, that'll take a little bit away from it, so maybe less people will be motivated to do these kinds of things, because if you blast their names around and their pictures, and then some guy who he doesn't want to live anyways, he wants to go out with a bang, he wants to be famous, he wants to consider himself a martyr or something, and then it's, the little kids, younger folks or whatever, they look at it and they follow those footsteps. So I think if you don't show their picture, you don't say their name, I think it takes a good bit away from it, and then don't make it, I mean, it is a story, it is a news story, don't get me wrong, but don't make it such like a big story either. That's another part of it. When people talk about it for a long time, then that's what gives them their legacy or whatever, or that's what they're looking for. Sad times. It is what it is. It doesn't matter what I say about it, it's gonna get twisted and people gonna have emotional feelings about whatever I say about it. Let's read the caption. It says 4 people are dead. So okay, these people, the caption acknowledges that it was a 4th person, because the guy who was speaking, he kept saying 3. And see, the headline says Jacksonville Dollar General shooting, 3 dead. Dollar General, that's another thing too, like Dollar General. Everybody goes to Dollar. I don't, but I'm saying all different races, colors, creeds, religious backgrounds, political backgrounds, everybody goes to Dollar General. It's a dollar store. Everybody goes to a dollar store from time to time, some random thing that you want to get or whatever you don't want to spend a bunch of money on. It's a dollar store around, and you run in there and grab whatever little thing that you want to get out of there. I don't think it's right to give Dollar General like a racial stigma like that. I have to say, Black people be in there, but everyone else be in there too. So it kind of, what really matters is what area it is or what neighborhood it's in, because what people don't really understand is that we're very segregated. United States, we're very, very, very segregated. There's some data, there's some reports that say we're more segregated than we were in the past. And it doesn't seem like it, because our workspaces are integrated, but our living spaces are not. People go to work, and then it's different kinds of people that work at your job. But then when you leave your job and you go home, your neighborhood is racially segregated a lot of times. And, I think about this a lot, and I've done a little bit of research in it, because I was curious about it related to like the prisons, because the prisons are like that too. Do people voluntarily, segregate themselves? Is that what happens? Or do they feel pressure that they have to or whatever? As far as the living conditions outside of prison, I think there's factors or tensions, or there's things that push that to be that way outside of prison. But inside prison is a place to really kind of look at that, because the pressures of separating, it's more pressure to have them integrated, I would say, within the prisons, but then people segregate themselves. So, but they can't choose which cell they live in or whatever. But once they come out of the cell or whatever, who they hang out with, when they go to rec or whatever personal time they have that it involves other inmates, and they choose to be with groups. They tend to segregate themselves. And a lot of people say, you know, it has to do with safety, right? People want to protect themselves, and one of the ways they do it is like that. And so, but then you think about, is it because of the people that were in the prisons before? You know, because when you get there and then they see who you hang out with or whatever, and then they maybe they mess with you about it, and they're like, why are you hanging out with them? You know, they not gonna look out for you or whatever. They're gonna try to stab you in the back or whatever. You need to come hang out with us, and we'll protect you or whatever. So, but I don't know how true that is. Hey, I ain't never been to prison, so I'm an academic. I can only look at this kind of stuff from, like, you know, articles and other things like that. But you know, I wonder, you know, so as far as the pressure of feeling like they need to be protected or whatever, I wonder, so will they become a target if they don't stay within their group or whatever? If they hang out with another group, does that make them a target when they're in prison? I mean, anybody that knows this, help me out, leave some comments or whatever, because I don't know. Let me read the caption. It says, 4 people are dead, including the suspect, after a mass shooting at a Dollar General store in Jacksonville, Florida. Police said it was racially motivated and are investigating the shooting as a hate crime. So all of these things kind of elevated these lines. Hate crime elevates it, mass shooting elevates it, you know, and racially motivated also elevates it. So, you know, what me and Doc was talking about is, like, you know, if there's like a drive-by shooting or something like that, you know, they like to use the thing when they say gang violence or like a drug deal going bad or whatever. And or just like somebody who has beef with someone else and then they shoot at them and then maybe they hit innocent people or they hit their ops or whatever. So it's funny that they tend to not call those mass shootings, but it's like the definition is like 3 or more people dying cause, you know, considered a mass shooting. But whenever they call something a mass shooting, it's usually having to do with like a random shooting, like no real motive, you know, no plain motive, or it's a racial motive, you know. And those are the ones that catch the news and get, you know, play over and over and over again. But it seems to me that if you value human life and then you consider any shooting of 3 or more a mass shooting, then all of them should get the same kind of coverage or whatever, you know. You elevate one more than the other, then it makes it feel like, you know, some people's lives have more value than others, you know. So, and I get the idea of when you're talking about someone being innocent, it was an innocent person. They didn't have nothing to do with nothing, especially if it was a kid, you know. And then we're humans. It's our human nature to feel for innocent people, because when we think like it could have been me, like I don't do anything. I'm not a gang member or whatever. I don't rob people or whatever. I'm just walking around going to Dollar General or whatever, and somebody decides to shoot me. And then I totally understand that. And then the other part with like being a child. But why in our society do we, you know, have these values of life given to different individuals? Like, and for one community to the other, they have a different level of value given to that life, depending on their age or their race or how much money they have, stuff like that, you know, what job they worked. But, you know, I can't really subscribe to that, because I feel like a human life is a human life and they all have value, you know. And it's like, you know, you have the people who are like pro-life, right? And then they care about the babies, but then after the babies are born, do they still care the same amount for them? And it's like, so, well, if you care about the little kids, then do you care about the teenagers? And if you care about the teenagers, do you care about the adults? You care about the adults, do you care about the middle-aged and older people, you know? I mean, it's something that you don't really think about much, but you automatically subscribe a certain value of life to these different groups, you know? And I think that if we actually spent time thinking about it and put some effort towards leveling that way of thinking and valuing human life as human life, I think that things would change in a lot of ways, like the way we deal with, our police system, our, our punitive system, you know, how we deal with that kind of thing, how we deal with the homeless, how we deal with people who are poor, you know, because like I say, a person that has makes a lot of money versus a person that is homeless, there's automatically a disparity there in the value of their life. And then it's like all of us out here subscribe to this and we act like we don't. We're like, no, 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 I don't think that way or whatever. But your behavior shows it because of the way you treat. Like what I be talking about a lot is how it seems like we worship these rich folks, like people that are really rich or people that are really famous. It's like we put them on a pedestal and it's like we kind of worship them, you know. And then the opposite is true for the homeless person, you know, or the mentally ill person or whatever. And we have very little value for them. You know, we spit on them or whatever when we walk by. We mean mug our face and we feel we're repulsed when we walk by. You know, it's like if they weren't there, if their life just ended at that moment, it wouldn't have any impact on you. And you would, if it did have an impact on you, would probably feel a bit of relief, you know. And it's totally the opposite. Some rich person, famous person passes away. You didn't know them from Adam, and you're all upset and crying and can't go to work or whatever. You can't go to school or whatever. You feel like a loved one that was in your family died. And that's insane to me. Crazy world we live in. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. I'm not talking to myself. Crazy world we live in. Okay, let's read a couple of comments. So what was this we were watching? Live now from Fox. First comment, it says, my condolences go out to the 3 victims and their families. 3 victims. So there goes another thing with what I'm saying about the value of life. Not to say that this guy was a good guy or whatever. Obviously, he probably had some mental health issues. That's the first thing I would think. And what we really want to think about is what drives people to get to this point where they feel desperate, they feel lost, they feel like, you know, their life doesn't matter. This person clearly didn't want to live anymore. So why did he not want to live anymore? What was causing him to be in that position to want to take his own life? I mean, he wanted to go out with a bang, but the main thing here, what I get from this is that he didn't want to live anymore. So it's like, what causes in the society, what has happened in his life, you know, how much do we have as a society, how much did we have involvement in him getting to that point? You know what I mean? Like, what could we have done to keep from this guy getting to that point? You know, some kind of like social programs, some kind of mental health programs, some kind of something to help you with money. I don't know, to give you a direction in life. You know, a lot of this thing where we focus only about how much money we make or how famous we are is, you know, I mean, I keep going back to that, but it's like they don't have no value in education. It's one of the things I argue all the time. You know, it seems like we don't have a value in education. It's like somebody producing some kind of artwork or something, and it's like, what's the value of it if it doesn't make any money? It's like, if you want to learn some stuff about this, that, and the other, it's like, what's the value in it if it doesn't make any money? So it's like, I think as humans, we naturally want to create things, you know, poetry, art, just building something with your hands, just making something, you know. The function of it is us making it, you know, us feeling creative, you know. That's its function, even though maybe it doesn't have a practical actual use, but the practical use is the feeling that we got when we made it, and then the feeling that others get when they look at it or they use it or whatever. you know? So it's like, that's what I think when I think about people like this getting desperate and stuff. I automatically think about, did he create art? You know, did he make anything? You know, would that have kept him alive if we had some kind of community center that he could go to and hang out with people and just make stuff? You know, would he still be alive? You know, if he was able to talk to people to work through his, you know, his ideology, you know, instead of being stuck in our echo chamber and, you know, our algorithm feeding us, you know, what we want to hear over and over again. You know, if this guy could have had some substantive conversations with people about his real true feelings, and he didn't have to hide them, like, okay, I hate such and such or whatever, and then he can have a conversation, not with these people who are just gonna, because this the same thing. If you're just talking to people who agree with you, then it's the same thing as your little algorithm, you know, giving you what you want to hear, and they're just like, yeah, brother, right on, brother. But that's not really having a conversation that has any like productivity out of it. You know what I mean? It doesn't get to any conclusions, you know? So if you could have conversations with people that you disagree with on these topics and be honest about it, you know, and y'all could find somewhere to move along so you won't get stuck, you know, and you don't grow anymore. Because I think that's what is happening. A lot of us, our growth has ended, you know, our wonder, our curiosity is gone. We feel like we know already. That's the thing that sucks so bad about the stereotypes. Is like, you think that you know a whole group of people based on some stereotype that you've been fed. Now, sometimes maybe it's actually kind of right. You know, the stereotype hits it on the nose, but sometimes it doesn't. But then you ignore the times that it doesn't or whatever. You know, I saw a documentary one time, and it was like this white guy. He was saying, you know, all black people are this, that, and the other, or whatever. And then he's like, he met the black guy who was like his neighbor or something, lived in his community, and he said, yeah, they're all like that but you. And it's like, well, am I the only black guy that you know? Yeah. Well, then how can your brain have a what if you knew more of those black people that you think are this, that, and the other, and you found out that they wasn't? You know, how can you still continue to hold on to your stereotype if the only person that you know of that other race doesn't fit that stereotype, but you feel like all of the other ones are this way and you don't know them at all from Adam at all? Like, is that not crazy? Anyways, I'm kind of rambling. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, sorry for your loss in your community. May you all feel hugs that so many of us send you. Another one, it says, condolences to the victims and their families and friends. Another one, my condolences to the victims and their families. These senseless shootings need to stop. Completely heartbreaking. Yeah, so it says, you know, that first comment that got me on my last little ramble was, my condolences go out to the 3 victims and their families. So what about the guy? Actually, 4 people died, okay? Now, he did kill himself, and he did kill some other people before he did it, but he also has a family, you know? And in the press report, it showed that he called his dad or whatever and told him to check my computer, and then they immediately went to go call the police or whatever, but he was already shooting people or whatever. It shows that his family didn't really subscribe to his way of thinking, you know what I mean? They was willing to turn him in right away and try to get him to stop. But again, like, so you going to not have feelings for his family, you know? How do you think they feel today? You think they feel happy about this situation? Should we not send out our condolences to his family? You know, like, that's my point. It's like the all lives have value. 4 people died, you know, and it's tragic. It's tragic for those 3 people who were killed senselessly by him, but it's also tragic that he died. We don't have to pick a side on everything, you know. That we don't always have to be like someone is an enemy or someone is a good guy and somebody is a bad guy. You know, it's like a child simplifying the world in ways that just make sense to them, you know, but it leaves out all the nuance. It leaves out all of the actual data, you know, just so you can get on with your day, you know. it's real easy. It's like, okay, this guy's a bad guy. These guys are good people. These good people died. Bad guy died. I feel bad about the good people dying. I feel good about the bad guy dying. Like, wash my hands. I'm done. Move on. Now, what's on TV? You know? And then the cycle continues. Another comment says, RP to the innocent civilians. They didn't deserve this. Prayers to the family and victims. Another one, it says, thank you to the comment section for being kind. My heart goes out to the families of those lost. Another one, it says, love and prayers for the families of the dead. See, this one, it says, love and prayers for the families of the dead. So I guess they're saying love and prayers to, maybe they inadvertently did it. Maybe they didn't really mean to do it. Maybe they really meant, the 3 that were killed. But they said the families of the dead. So those are the 3 that was killed and the guy who killed himself, because that's what this says with this. I wonder if this person did that on purpose or it was just kind of like inadvertent. Another comment, it says, this is the saddest thing and enough is enough. Hatred cannot be tolerated and should never be tolerated towards anyone. So saddened by the loss of the lives in such a horrific crime. Yeah. It's like the same thing happens over and over again, man. It's like we're in Groundhog Day, Fuck. Can y'all hear me? How long have I been out? It said my mic was unplugged. How long have I been out? It said my mic was unplugged. People talk about it for a long time. What could we have done? The 3 that was killed and the killed today. You think they feel happy with it? Now, I hope it wasn't long. Whatever, man. Let's move on because now I'm feeling kind of distraught. I hate it when that happens.
Are you thirsty?
Yes.
Ice?
Yes. That's why it's so much better when I have somebody else in here. I hope Doc jumps in here. Usually when I come on late, I don't get Pat. And Deuce jumps in randomly. So roll of the dice. What is happening here?
Put the mace down, hoe ass nigga. That's what I'm talking about. Fight like a man, bitch ass nigga. Stop going over your job, bro. Now pick that shit up and suck my dick. You don't even know who you're talking to. Who the fuck am I? You know what I do? What the fuck, bro? So because while you over here, you know what time it is? You know what time it is, bro? It's fucking, hold on. What time is it? It's 8:30 in the morning. Can I pay for my shit? Can I pay for my shit? Can I pay for my shit? Where the manager at? Where the manager at, bro? What the fuck? Oh, goofy ass. Put it down. 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 Scary ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga, put it down. You about to make me put it down. Put the mace down, hoe ass nigga. That's what I'm talking about. Fight like a man, bitch ass nigga. Stop going over your job, bro. Now pick that shit up and suck my dick. You don't even know who you're talking to.
I don't know anything about this at all. So it says top flight security of the world right here. So what was the cost for the situation? Anybody know anything? It's like it says, how are the police there before the manager even assess the situation? What happens? Like, we don't know anything about it. Thank you so much. It says, this black man done been through hell that Mr. Light Bright couldn't even imagine. All he wanted to do was check out before work. So what happened? Another comment says, we're always playing ourselves. They don't want your money. Go somewhere that does. What is this, Walmart? That's the reason why I don't go to Walmart anyways. Like, just don't go to Walmart, y'all. Nobody, everybody, just stop going to Walmart. Like, they're tricking you anyways. Like, people are like, oh, it's cheaper prices, but they do have cheaper prices on some stuff, and then they run you through the ringer on other stuff. So they win either way. It's like the service is terrible. The people that be in there are terrible. Like, I avoid Walmart. I avoid that store. It's a perfect example of where we've gone. You know, it's like the small box stores, the small stores are out the window, and everything is about these large chains. And then they have the buying power because they have so many stores, and that's why they can get lower prices on some stuff. Like, they forced because a company can just get their stuff in Walmart, and then they're a very successful company, because if they put their stuff in all of the Walmart stores, then they're successful. You know, it squashes out the real competition. It's a monopoly. You know, we've done it to ourselves. You know, but the pushback against it is to maybe it's not as convenient. You know. And I get it with the convenience where you go to Walmart and you can go and buy a mop, and you can go buy a TV, and you can buy some groceries, and you can buy, I don't know, a fishing pole and a gun. Like, it's so random, all the different things that you can get there at the store. And that's what, that's its appeal. So, but if we just spent a little bit more time and went to you're going to get better service, you're going to get better value, and a lot of times you're going to get a more superior product too when you go to a store that specializes in whatever that thing is that you're looking for. Like if you're looking for a gun and you go to a gun store, you're looking for fishing tackle, and you'd go up to a fish tackle place. You're following me. You're going to get better quality stuff. But I know people not going to hear me. They just like, I love Walmart. It's like, I hate it. And I'm blowing into the wind. Ain't nobody trying to hear me saying that. Let's go to, I feel warmed up now. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. I don't need anybody here to have a good show. And let me show you. What they say, I can show you better than I can tell you. This one, it says how Vivek Ramaswamy became a billionaire. Forbes.
He was worth over $1 billion. Forbes. How Vivek Ramaswamy became a billionaire. At just 38 years old, the upstart GOP longshot is worth a stunning $950 million. Just a couple weeks ago, he was worth over $1 billion, Forbes estimates, making him one of the youngest self-made billionaires in America. Ramaswamy's fortune stems from the lucrative biotech and pharmaceutical development industry. After starting his career at a hedge fund, where he made millions of dollars for himself betting on biotech stocks, in 2014, he started his own company called Roivant Sciences. The idea behind Roivant was to buy looked-over drugs from big pharma players and spin them off into their own companies. It was bringing a venture capital portfolio model to the pharmaceutical industry. There were some big flops, including a notable Alzheimer's drug that failed, but several of them passed clinical phase 3 FDA trials. And today, Ramaswamy's stake in Roivant is worth over $600 million. Ramaswamy has an additional $350 million of investments. A lot of that is in stocks and bonds, but he also started a company called Strive Asset Management, a so-called anti-wokes index fund provider. Ramaswamy's stake in that company is worth well over $100 million, according to sources who spoke with Forbes. To read more about Ramaswamy's wealth, check out Forbes.com.
So yeah, I'm gonna take it back. So like they call him a self-made millionaire, but then they said he started off at a hedge fund, they said. So he had to have some capital. Where'd he get that from? Hold on, let me see.
Shot is worth a stunning $950 million. Just a couple weeks ago, he was worth over $1 billion, Forbes estimates, making him one of the youngest self-made billionaires in America.
Youngest self-made billionaires in America. And those terms, like, you know, we're supposed to clap and we're supposed to applaud, you know.
Ramaswamy's fortune stems from the lucrative biotech and pharmaceutical development industry.
And then that off top is like what I mention all the time is about like how you make your money. I think is important. It's important to me. I think a lot of people don't feel like it's important. They're like, whatever, they're rich, so it doesn't really matter how they made their money. Well, if they made their money off of freaking selling people poison, you know, I think it matters.
After starting his career at a hedge fund where
he started his career at a hedge fund. So knowing how hedge funds work, you need money, you know. So he had to have, you know, I don't know, let's say a life insurance policy that somebody or you know, somehow he had to have some money already. You know what I mean? That's the thing. Like you can't just go and you worked a job at a hedge fund doing what? You know, hold on.
Made millions of dollars for himself betting on biotech stocks.
So he said he was betting on biotech stocks. So that again, you had to have money to do that, right? So where did that money come from? You know, did his parents give it to him? You know, did he get a loan from somebody or whatever? Like, could regular Joe Blow come off of the corner and then walk into a hedge fund and then bet on some stocks and become a billionaire? Like, how would that work?
In 2014, he started his own company called Roivant Sciences. The idea behind Roivant was to buy looked-over drugs from big pharma players and spin them off into their own companies.
And then the thing is with these kinds of stuff is like, what did they create? You know, how were they innovative? Like you're going in and, you know, some drug that's already there, it's already on the market, and then you just kind of spin it off into its own company. And that was the thing that you did. And it's like, what did you actually do? Like,
it was bringing a venture capital portfolio model to the pharmaceutical industry. There were some big flops, including a notable Alzheimer's drug that failed, but several of them passed clinical phase 3 FDA trials. And today, Ramaswamy's stake in Roivant is worth over $600 million. Ramaswamy has an additional $350 million of investments. A lot of that is in stocks and bonds, but he also started a company called Strive Asset Management, a so-called anti-wokes index fund provider. Ramaswamy's stake in that company is worth well over $100 million.
Anti-woke, and what did he say? Hold on.
Well over $100 million, according to sources.
And what did he say? Anti-woke what? Hold on, y'all. Why won't it play?
So-called anti-wokes index fund provider.
Anti-wokes index fund provider. What the hell does that mean? The hell does that mean?
Ramaswamy's stake in that company is worth well over $100 million, according to sources who spoke with Forbes. To read more about Ramaswamy's wealth, check out Forbes.com.
I don't really care, you know, how much money he has. Like, what are his policies? You know, what plan does he have to like improve the lives of the American people? Like, what does he bring to the table to, you know, change the direction that things have been going in this country? You know, what gives him the right, or what gives him, you know, that he thinks that he can be president of the United States? Like, why? You know, like, just because he's rich, just because he made some money? Like, I don't know. Like I say, I feel like we worship these people based on their money, and it's insane to me. You know, call me crazy, call me the crazy one. You know, for saying like his value to like changing United States is the same as Joe Blow from around the corner. If you ask me, you know, but he's got money, so that puts him up there, and it gives him opportunity to have the platform to run for president. What's up, Doc? I'm glad you're here. I've been rambling. Let's read some tweet replies. It says, this kind of feels like an endorsement. It does. I agree with that. So Forbes, all they care about is money. That's all they talk about is money. So it's like, well, he made a bunch of money, so boom, he could be president. Another comment says, eat the rich. Another comment says, the slogan of the envious losers. The envious losers. Okay. All right. We're envious of this guy because he made a bunch of money selling some Alzheimer's drugs or something. Like, I'm not envious of this guy, at all. I could care less. What I care about is character, integrity, truth, justice. You know what I mean? What impact did you have on people's lives? Did you have a positive impact on people's lives? How many lives did you touch? How many people did you help? What differences did you make in the world? What positive impact did you have on the world? How much money you made?
I hope we're not going to be doing this, track all the conservative candidates and let you trash them and tell us how wonderful the liberals are. Please don't make me participate in that.
That's not what I'm doing.
I mean, I can tell you know nothing about the guy already, but you're half trashing him already.
I don't know anything about him. I'm just making my comments.
Why are you chopping negative on him already then?
Well,
you have seen nothing, but at the same time, you've not tried to see one way or another. But yet you're already chopping.
I don't know this guy from Adam. I've heard some of his comments that were interesting. He just kind of came on out of nowhere. I mean, he's on the scene because he's running for president. So it's just a clip.
Honestly, I mean, I don't know if you remember a couple of months ago, I was trying to get you guys to follow this from the beginning, even have webpage and stuff sent to you guys, to where you see them as they come in, Republicans and Democrats. This guy, he's white noise.
Yeah.
He's not going to get anywhere. He's got the small R in his name as his party, not the capital R.
He's a little R. No, I'm just covering it because it's political news, and he was in the debates this week, and so he's been on the scene. It's just to talk about politics, basically. I'm not necessarily picking on him. It sounds like I am, but making my judgments, my blanket judgments. Let's read a couple more tweet replies. It says, all of his investors lost money. He's the young Donald, hence MAGA likes him. Another one, touching though, interesting.
Well, I can already tell you what that guy said isn't true.
What? That
all of his investors lost money.
Yeah. If all of his investors lost money, then how did he, how did he get successful? I wouldn't keep investing in someone who keeps losing my money. Look, this one, it says, how much is he paying Forbes? That's a really good question. It says, conveniently, it left out all institutional and retail investors lost their money because of the con artist scam. So there goes another one saying that. It says his company was never profitable. It says after he sold whatever is left with it off, he can no longer work in the financial industry. Really? like I said, I really don't know nothing about this
See,
guy.
that's why I was like, you might want to steer a little clear when you don't know yet about these people.
Well, we're all learning together here. Let me read this one. It says Vivek
No, we're
Ramaswamy.
not learning from random assholes on the internet making side comments about things we don't know anything about.
Well, I mean, that's what I like
We're just propagating false information or what we don't know if it's false information or not.
Well, people know stuff. I like to give the voice to the people. That's what I like to do. Let me read this one. It says, It says Vivek Ramaswamy became a billionaire through his successful biotech firm, Ryovant Sciences, by acquiring and developing pharmaceutical assets. He grew the company's value, capitalizing on breakthroughs in healthcare innovations and industry partnerships. So that wasn't a negative. That wasn't a negative comment about the guy. Yeah, it's just interesting. So in that one question about how much did he pay Forbes, because it seems like the other person said it's like Forbes is endorsing this guy. So, he probably did pay to get an article or whatever done on him. Let's move on. This is KHOU 11 News Houston. It says, we're answering your questions about Houston's water restrictions. So it says, verify. Houston's water restrictions means you cannot water plants. Hold on, let's pull this up. Because I think I briefly talked about this. All right, too much stuff is popping up. Hold on. Am I sharing? No, I'm not. 1 second, y'all. I'm really just trying to get into the groove. I was late and I'm just trying to get into the groove of this. KHOU 11 News is answering questions about that you've seen to our Verify team and about Houston's new water restrictions. So, water restrictions in Houston. Can we play this? The wording of the water restrictions for the city of Houston is not clear. The allowed watering of lawns. Hold on. It's a freaking ad.
And water conservation efforts with the extreme heat. Water restrictions in the city of Houston go into effect in just 2 days. That's on Sunday. But tonight, our Verify team is tackling your questions about the new rules. Here's Janelle Bluda.
You've been sending questions directly to our Verify team about Houston's new water restrictions. And it's clear there's some confusion about what the city's asking you to do. So we spent the day verifying the facts about the restrictions. Max wrote to us saying the wording on the water restrictions is not clear. For those watering on Saturday and Wednesday, does that mean you can water Saturday at 7 p.m. to Sunday at 5 a.m.? Or should you water at those times on the same day? Please verify. Our source on this, Aaron Jones, Public Information Officer for Houston Public Works. Jones says first a resident needs to find out what day they water. Let's say your day is Saturday. She says that means you can water starting morning from 12 a.m. Saturday until 5 a.m., or you can water Saturday evening from 7 p.m. until midnight. Jones says you should not be watering the entire time given. Our next question comes from Cynthia. She asked the Verify team, what does mandatory watering of plants mean? I don't water my yard. The grass is dead. I do have potted plants. Can I water them daily? If I don't, they will die. Our source, Aaron Jones with Houston Public Works, says right now the city is more focused on making sure there's enough water for everyone than on lawns going brown or plants dying. She says no matter what, outdoor watering should not be more than twice a week. So we can verify, according to the city, you should not water outdoors daily, even if you're afraid your plants might die. And if you do water daily, you could face fines. With your Verify, I'm Janelle Bluda.
So basically, screw your plants. They're like, if they're dying, they're dying. You can't water every day. whatever. I think it's more about the grass, though. So with the heat advisories and all of that, Houston has implemented some watering restrictions, and people had questions about it, and so then that's what this story was trying to clear that up. I mean, a lot of it is common sense. I don't know if I want to cover this. Let's just do the basics of it. The city of Houston is entering into stage 2 of its drought contingency plan on Sunday. That means changes to when you can water your yard. So this was published August 24th. Janelle Bludahl. It says some Houstonians have been sending questions directly to our Verify team about Houston's new water restrictions, and it's clear there's some confusion about what the city is asking you to do. So I guess the main thing is the people that are concerned with getting fines or whatever. That's what their concern is. I don't know. Like I say, I think a lot of it will be common sense. What do the restrictions actually say? It doesn't say here exactly what the restrictions say. I guess they sent out like a newsletter or whatever to everyone.
That text right there is just the transcript of the video.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah, I noticed. I'm looking for it, what the actual restrictions say, but it doesn't say here.
Right there, there's a link to a list.
Where is it?
It said link, list, water restrictions. There. Down, related articles. In the blue box. Or under the blue box. Keep going. In there. See the first link? Now, it may not be, but that looks like it might be.
List water restrictions in Houston's Katy, Pearland, and other area cities. I don't want to play no more ads or nothing. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second.
Up first and new tonight, the city of Houston announces mandatory water restrictions.
Yeah, and it's threatening hefty fines if you don't cut back on your outdoor water use. Of course, blaming it on extreme heat and the lack of rain this summer. Anieli Ruiz kicking off her team coverage to explain what this means for you. Anieli.
Guys, bottom line, starting on Sunday, you'll only be allowed to water your lawn and plants 2 days a week. The problem is we've had lots of days with triple digits. The soil is just dry, and a lot of people, they've noticed a higher water consumption. Now take a look. City officials do tell us that this is cause for more water leaks and lower water pressure just across the city. They're telling us tonight they're working aggressively to add contractors to help fix the leaks faster. But now, starting Sunday, conserving water will become mandatory, or you could face a fine. The city says on your first violation, you'll get a written warning, and subsequent violations, you could face a $2,000 fine. Now, here's what it means for you. You'll be allowed to water between the hours of 7 p.m. and 5 a.m. if you're a single-family residential customer on even street addresses. You can water on Sundays and Thursdays at an odd street address, and you can water on Saturdays and Wednesdays. All other customers can water on Tuesdays and Fridays. Now, we did reach out to the city to try and find out how they will enforce this, and also if you will be allowed to report violators. They said they hope to have more answers for us tomorrow. Reporting live, Anieli Ruiz, KHOU 11 News.
I heard that too, because they were like, all others. Yeah. I don't know.
That's odd, man. I guess that's for the guy that lives in the middle of the threeplex.
Yeah, I'm
You know,
sure
he's
we're
only got a
overthinking.
he's only got a strip of yard anyway. I mean,
I'm sure
that's just confusing to me.
yeah, I'm sure we're overthinking it. Yeah. So
These are the guys that live in the hobbit holes and their actual roof is grass, right?
yeah, so they just don't want you to water more than 2 days out of the week. And like they were saying, questions about enforcing it, and then neighbors snitching on each other. Whatever, man.
Oh yeah, that I'm sorry, that friggin' report your neighbor crap is getting on my nerves. I hated it during the lockdown. I'm surprised more people didn't get the crap beat out of them because I'm calling the cops on my neighbors because he's got 5 people sitting around in the backyard barbecuing. It's like, had a friend of mine actually had the cops called to his house out in Katy because they had 6 people barbecuing. 2 people were in the pool on far ends from each other. Couple people were sitting on one end of his patio, couple more on the other end of the patio. Everyone literally was social distance legally because he's got a big backyard, but his neighbors still call the cops on him because, well, there's more than 3 people over there and they don't all live in the same place. It's like, dude, pack it up, go back in time to Mustache, Germany, or move over to Russia where that kind of action is appreciated.
Yeah. So instead of honor thy neighbor or love thy neighbor or whatever, it's the government wants you to snitch on your neighbor. You know, cause strife between the neighborhood. Anyways,
Well,
the name
remember
of the
they were telling you to call the police on unmasked people too.
yeah, I remember that.
It's like, dude,
And
the last 5 people in the news that got the cops called on them got shot. You want us to call the cops on each other over math?
and they were giving people money, like they were giving them rewards or something like that related to it. So crazy, man. Anyway, so the name of the show today is Everything But Sports. And it's just kind of like the idea for me is what I do with this show, you know, because we cover politics, we cover social issues, you know, we cover history, you know.
Hey, we cover sports too.
Sometimes when it has to do with
when it's a social issue, we do.
Yeah. In those times we do. But it's like I have a thing that I think about all the time. It's like it seems like we're obsessed with balls, you know. We're obsessed with balls. We're obsessed with men playing with balls, you know. Like what the hell is it with that, you know? I mean, it's funny, but it's something that I think about.
We're straying into social commentary again.
It's funny, but it's kind of serious because it's like these people, they get paid a lot, they get looked at as like heroes, you know. They're like the elite, if you will, of the community, and it's like grown men playing children's games, you know, and then we act like it's so important, you know, like it's so serious.
Got wrestling and MMA and drag racing and all that. It's a sport just like any other.
Yeah.
I mean, it brings in money. People like to watch it. Since only, you know, 1 out of 100 or 1 out of 100 athletes of that tier make it to there, and only 1 out of every 1,000 athletes is anywhere near that caliber, you know, how do you think these Al Bundy lost glory football players are going to be able to live vicariously like they actually would have made it, you know, if they hadn't taken an arrow to the knee or whatever you want to use? Hell, man, if they had done roller skating as a professional sport, I would have been up in that bracket players making that money.
Yeah. And I was a swimmer, so and if I kept going down that road, who knows where I would have ended up. I was actually pretty good. But what I'm saying is it just shows as our society that we kind of got our priorities kind of backwards. Like teachers don't get paid very much, but people who play grown men who play children's games get paid a lot. Like, why is it that
Grown men
way?
who bring in billions of dollars in advertising money get a little bit trickled down to them. It may seem to be extremely high numbers to you, but compare it to the amount of money that they're bringing in for their companies.
Yeah, and I get that. But why is it that, that they can bring in all of this money through the advertisers? Why is
Because
the
people enjoy sports, because people enjoy watching competitive sports. They like to see people fight it out. They like to see team strategy, things like that go on. I mean, baseball has been a national pastime for well over 100 years.
Yeah,
You
so
know,
what
I
I'm asking is,
mean,
why are we so interested in this stuff? Why does it fill up so much of our time? How come we care
because
so
it's something
little?
to do.
Yeah, but
It's
we
not that
could.
we don't care about other things, but it gives us a distraction. Should we sit here like you do and ruin your mood, your life, and stomach thinking about all the horrible shit going on? Or should we tune out, and take a fucking break once in a while?
Well, balance
Be it
balance is
sports,
everything.
movies, stories, whatever. Yeah, what about the balance? The balance between a real life and the balance between what they want to do on their day off. See, now you're
Yeah,
ragging on what people want to do with their free time. I don't watch
yeah.
sports. Matter of fact, the only time I knew anything about sports was when I worked at a sports bar. I know more about soccer than I want to now because every time there's a soccer game on, one of the 18 people that I work with has to run and throw it on the TV.
It
You
just
should
seems
see
like
them looking at me horror when I'm going like, who are the dudes in the green shirts? Oh my God, those are the good guys.
it just seems to me that the emphasis is too much and the balance
Some
is
people like
off.
comic books. Some
And
people like superhero movies. Some people like horror movies. It is what people want to do with their free time. It's what people help. It is the modern gladiatorial arena. It is the pacification of the crowds. It is something to do to take off our minds off of how things are. It's always been like that. It's no different. It's not a bad thing. I mean, you could say the same thing about rappers. There's 8 million rappers out there right now. They all think they're going to friggin' make it. We're inundated every minute by wannabe friggin' rappers, and half of them are just either horrible or their face looks like the desk in detention from 5th grade.
yeah, but what I'm trying to say is it just seems like our society continues to deteriorate while we're watching sports. It seems like our political atmosphere is turning into like a clown show, and we're continuing to watch
And
basketball, baseball, football.
what makes that different from any time in the last 40 years that you've been aware of things?
I'm not
It's
saying it's
not getting
different.
worse. It's the same. It's one of the things it's called entertainment. It's what people do to distract. Some people don't have anything to do with that. They get in the car and they drive. Now, these are bad people because they're destroying the environment.
Well, I'm not saying anybody is a good person or a bad person. I'm saying that as a community, as a society, I feel like we put too much emphasis on these children's games, and instead of things
That's
that could
because you
help.
don't like them.
I mean, I enjoy
You
sports every
see,
now and then.
that's your opinion, and you're telling grown people how they should spend their time.
And we most of our time is taken up on work, doing like mundane labor that doesn't have any meaning or whatever to us in our lives. and then the little
which
time we
means the
get to
rest of their time should be theirs.
yeah.
You
So,
gotta
but what?
understand. I don't begrudge anyone sports and things like that. I get it. I know what it is. I play Dungeons and Dragons games. That's you talk to someone that likes sports. To them, I'm an ignorant idiot wasting my time in something that's never going to do or mean anything. Yet I have a 50-year legacy, or excuse me, 46-year legacy of playing the games, of running them, of people knowing me and for running them and things like that. But that doesn't mean anything to them. They, you know, I'm
But
still going to say
playing
OU sucks though because I'm obligated to.
playing Dungeons and Dragons, you have to use your mind and you have to like strategize. You have to like you have to be creative, kind of.
Yeah, and do you not realize that football is a war game, a strategy war game? Basketball is a war game.
But you're not. You're just sitting there watching it as a spectator. You don't use your mind related to the strategies or anything.
So we should stop watching chess games too.
I mean, people who watch chess is going to be a whole different crowd, but that's not my argument. The
see,
people
like I
that
said,
watch chess play chess.
You're saying you are griping on people who have done their work, paid their bills, want to watch what they want to spend their money they want. I'm sorry. Truthfully, if the guy wants to sit there and get all one arm huge by watching porn online, what am I supposed to say about that? That's their free time. I mean, if they want to do that doing a game like that, that's cool. I get it. It's an industry. It's an entertainment industry. There's still people right now that if you sit there and tell them that wrestling is fake, they will stand up and physically want to fist fight with you. Of course, the easy way to handle them is suplex them.
I can't really argue with that. I'm just saying that, why can't where's the incentive to be creative, to, do things other than sports? You know what I mean? Like actually have some kind of like.
Well, where is the interest? Because you don't have the interest in it doesn't mean other people don't. You think they should do more with their time. Maybe they would want to tell you, get your head out of the news and stop reading all these headlines and get your head wrapped up around all that. Turn your brain off for a little bit and take a break.
Sometimes.
That's the other side. Okay, well, that's your hobby. That's their hobby.
And balance, all things in moderation. I'm just saying it's not helping.
You're saying that in a defensive manner because you rack your brains more than any football player does with all this crap going on to the point where it actually spun you into a downward spiral for a point.
That's why I've only do 2 shows a week now, because I got emotional and I got freaking I was cracking up and falling apart. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I only do 2 shows, because 4 was way too many. It was way too much.
Absolutely, and I understand that. And but that's the other side of it. That's what you do. That's how you spend your time and your money. Other people don't do that. Other people watch home rebuilding shows all day long. Some people watch the same 4-hour block of Food Network shows 2 to 3 times a day, and that's their thing. It's just a whole lot more people do the football thing. They do the basketball thing. They do the soccer thing. They do the baseball thing. MMA, wrestling, Fox News. I mean, it's all hobbies. It's all entertainment.
I ain't gonna lie. I feel like I'm losing this argument, and I need to get my argument together a little bit, and we'll come back to this. But earlier I talked about it was a shooting in where was it at? Jacksonville, Florida. It happened earlier today. It was supposedly racially motivated. You know, the guy offed 3 black folks, and then he offed himself, and you know, and they're making it a big story or whatever. So and then they're calling it a mass shooting, you know, and so that was big news or whatever. So you know, racial situation catching the news, and it's like the reoccurring thing that keeps happening. You know how the media likes to, you know, if it bleeds, it leads. I don't know. My brain is all over the place right now. Let me go into this. It says innocent black men are set up by the FBI and sent to prison. They were radicalized and framed by the FBI. They've been doing that to black men from the days of Marcus Garvey, members of Black Panther Party, Dr. King. So what is this? This caught my eye, and I don't even remember what this was.
3 men convicted in a terrorism sting more than a decade ago.
Police arrested the men last night as they were allegedly planting what they thought were real bombs outside a Jewish temple.
A federal judge ordering the release of Anta Williams, David Williams, and Laguerre Payne, 3 of the men known as the Newburgh Four, arrested for a plot to blow up synagogues in New York City and shoot down National Guard planes in upstate New York.
The suspects allegedly conducted surveillance and took photos of possible targets.
In a scathing decision, U.S. District Judge Colleen McMahon accusing FBI agents of trying to arrest petty criminals by radicalizing the men to participate in a plot she called an FBI orchestrated conspiracy. McMahon adding, quote, the real lead conspirator was the United States.
That sounds like strong language, but it's just a pure description of the facts of this case.
The judge also accusing the FBI of using a, quote, villain of an informant to prey on the poor, then manipulate the men to commit a fake crime in exchange for cash, materials, and even groceries.
The defense is certain to raise questions about the informant and whether these men were duped.
Every step of the way was all the FBI. These guys they had no driver's licenses. They couldn't find Google Maps of where these targets are that the FBI informant told them to use. I mean, they came up with not one single part of this plot. It was all the FBI.
That FBI informant, Shahid Hussein, who made headlines again when a stretch limo operated by his company crashed in rural New York, killing 20 people.
Manslaughter in the 2nd degree.
Hussein now serving a 5 to 15-year prison sentence for that crash. We have not heard back from his lawyers.
The FBI says this man, James Crimity, was the alleged ringleader.
In the Newburgh case, the federal judge who granted the release also accusing Hussein of recruiting James Cromity, who was believed to be the ringleader of the terror plot.
We think that both Mr. Cromity and the others, number one, never should have been arrested, never should have been convicted by a jury. And we had certainly hoped that on appeal, you know, many, many years ago, their convictions would have been reversed.
He was not included in this compassionate release request, but the attorney who represents him says he's confident Cromity would be entitled to the same relief.
Late justice is better than no justice.
So, yeah, this is like them talking about how the FBI tends to be like, these crimes sometimes would have never happened without the influence of the FBI. It's like, they create the whole situation. What was the one?
3 men convicted in the terrorism sting.
Sorry. What was the one with the, what was it? The lady, she was a mayor and the FBI helped these guys. They wanted to kidnap and kill the governor. I think it was the governor. And like the FBI gave them the money. They helped them get the weapons. They helped them get transportation to do it. And then they arrested them or whatever. And it's like, you know, how I understand the point of it. You know, I understand what they're trying to do when they do these things. But it's like, how many of these crimes would actually have been, you know, even done if it wasn't for the help of the FBI? You know what I mean? Like, it seems like they spend a lot of time and resources, you know, basically, what is the word for it? It's like entrapping these people. You know what I'm saying?
You remember back during the lockdown, there was like 12 people involved in the kidnapping of that governor.
Yeah,
And
that's
when
what I
it
was
all
thinking of.
when it all
Whitmore,
played
right?
out in the wash, like more than 50% of the involved individuals were law enforcement from different groups or different areas that were not communicating, that didn't even know that the others were going on there. I mean, so more than half of that scheme was federal agents. And it's like what I'm seeing and what I have seen in the past, literally with something going on, was how an agent will come in and go, hey, I have this kind of stuff available if you guys want to make a real statement. If you guys want to do something bombastic, I can get the boom.
Yeah, like
So would they ever have stepped that far if someone hadn't have gone, hey, here's your stuff cheap. Here's a plan. Here's blueprints. Here's everything you need to do it. Wouldn't it be cool if you did it? No, that's bullshit. That is actually pushing them to.
Yeah. Your mic dropped out. Your mic dropped out. Yeah, so you got some guys sitting around, they're like in a, they're just like friends and they just kind of hang out, they be drinking or whatever. And they're like, man, I hate such and such and such. Somebody should do something to them. And then like I guess the FBI be listening, and then the next time they have a little meeting or whatever, they're hanging out, here comes an FBI agent showing up to be like, yeah, you remember y'all were talking about doing such and such? What if we do it for real? I can connect y'all to some people.
You catch the organizers and the leaders at the local bar. Start the drinking with them, buy a few rounds, drop the subjects that upset them, get them whipped up and fired up. And then go, hey, well, I just happen to have a car full of like pew-pews and boom booms that I can sell you guys. You want to come out and take a look? And then all of a sudden, they're in an arms deal. They're trafficking weapons. They buy it a few more times, and it's like, hey, I know a guy that can get you the blueprints to the Capitol building. I know you got all those boom booms and pew-pews and stuff hanging around and hold back. I know you guys got the guys for it. What do you think you could do if you had this too? I mean, and it's not just a bad movie plot. That's real.
It's real and it's scary. So then when people say defund the police or disband the FBI or whatever, people jump on them right away. And I'm not saying that that's what should be done or whatever. I'm not advocating that at all. But this kind of stuff gives credence to them, to people saying that, it's like all the money and resources and time they use to like basically entrap these people. Couldn't they be using that to actually like, help stop stuff from happening? Like, it's like they don't have enough to do. It's like, it's like they make it seem like it's more crime than it is or whatever. Like you got these big, huge criminals and really just people just hanging out and just talking about stuff, It's like that show Cops ran for a long time, and it was a really popular show. And then it just made it seem like it was so much crime and, so many, people doing horrible stuff because you saw this on the new, on TV every day, and it was like reruns and, but it plays into people's psyche that, we just like live in a nation full of criminals, I saw some data.
they're doing with school shootings, man. They hype it, hype it, hype it, man. They make you scared. Fear is the moneymaker. It makes you buy things. It makes you buy, firearms. It makes you buy bulletproof backpacks. It makes you buy back the blue or don't back the blue stickers. I mean, it entices you to spend money. Money which half of these people on the cop show should be using to get their damn teeth fixed anyway.
And in the news they keep on saying like crime is rising, like they say crime is going up in New York, or they say crime is going up in Los Angeles or whatever. And I saw some data that was showing the trend, and it was showing over a longer period of time that the crime overall has been going down, like steadily going down over the past, 20, 30, 40 years or whatever. So, and those little spikes that be in there still is way lower than what the crime was before in the past. So it's like
Depends on the crime. And we also are slowly getting to a population that, why there's less crime. Why they say there's less crime? Because people stop reporting it. When you let people walk into stores and just walk out without harassing them or without following up or with a $800,000 limit before they're considered, before a cop will even try to investigate, less people are going to report it. Have you noticed the statistics on vigilanteism are up?
Yeah, that's
because
definitely
people don't trust the police to handle things anymore. So you got half the people wanting to defund the police, and I don't care what you say it means. When the slogan first started, it meant exactly what it said. The primary push was to completely eliminate law enforcement or to eliminate it down to nothing more than traffic enforcement. I mean, that was the original idea behind defund the police. And then over 6 months or so, it got reframed, makeup, pretty little face, its own little flag, and it was repackaged for publicity to what it is now. Oh, we only mean change things around and move money to other things and stuff like that. Completely different from the original idea.
Yeah, but if
that's what we're looking at. We're looking, so you don't want the police to investigate. You want there to be less presence. Now that there is, stuff like this is going on, and people are going to report it less. People are reporting it less because there's not as many police officers. There's not a way to police it as well as they would. And now people are stopping calling the police because what are they going to do? So now it's gone from, the police are everywhere. They're all over us. You can't breathe without being oppressed, to, well, the police never do anything for us anyway. The police aren't going to help us. They're not our friends. They're not going to come and enforce the law because it's not worth it. It is literally the act of overcompensating to the other side and losing all effectiveness. It's a lose-lose situation for the average American.
But again, like I'm saying though, overall, they're showing that, violent crime has been trending down and it's continuing to trend down. And it's just like the difference between what we see in the media versus what is actually happening.
We are talking about the actual reports from the Justice Department and the FBI, not friendly newscaster TV, right? I am not agreeing with you from what I'm seeing coming from the reports of law enforcement and FBI.
It was an academic paper that I was reading that was saying this, and this was like maybe a couple years ago or whatever. But it's like I say, it's the difference between what the media is portraying to us and what's actually happening around us. Because you just think about your own life and the people that you know. Like, how many people do you know that are actually out here doing like violent crimes, like doing drugs or whatever, buying drugs or whatever. Like, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about people who like rob, steal, kill, like, you know what I mean?
I cannot confirm nor deny any numbers as to that aspect.
You know, I'm just saying, you know, I don't see it.
Let me put it this way: it's not a lot, but it's definitely not zero. You forget, I am also a minister and someone that people talk to and confess to. I know some fucked up shit about some fucked up people. I do know a little bit about what's going on there. I know about traveler brotherhoods. I know a lot about the street gangs and stuff going on. I know how MS-13 has pretty much completely come in and restructured street gangs in America over the last 30 years to where it's nothing like that old blood crip, you know, kind of stuff that it used to be, neighborhood stuff. Now it's a lot more. It's a lot different. It's far deadlier than it was back in the days when everyone thinking it was so deadly. And yet there's still the puny little freaking street gangs that run around and think it's like it was back in the 70s.
Yeah, so but I think that, you know, it benefits them for us to think that crime is rising, or it's like crime is out of control or whatever. Like, let me share this and then we're gonna come back. I got something. I just did a quick search and this video right here popped up. Let's see. And this is coming from the FBI.
Country is continuing to fall. The FBI reported the crime rate in this country.
This is old video though, by the way. 13 years ago, it says, a new report from the FBI indicates that the incidence of violent crimes in the U.S. has fallen sharply for a third straight year in a row. Okay, so, but given it's 13 years ago, but let's play some of this and see what this says.
Country is continuing to fall. The FBI reported today that violent crime fell 5.5% last year. That's 3 years in a row now. Justice correspondent Bob Orr takes a closer look at the numbers and why crime is down. Bob?
Well, Harry, these latest numbers from the FBI are surprisingly good. In 2009, violent crime fell sharply in every region of this country and in every statistical category. For example, rape dropped more than 3%, assault more than 4%, robbery declined 8.1%, and murder fell more than 7%. Now, some of the largest drops were recorded in the largest cities, with murders down more than 11%. Washington, Las Vegas, Dallas, and Philadelphia, just among the cities reporting declines. There were a few major cities which bucked the downward trend. Detroit and Newark, for example, saw an increase in murders in 2009. And this is interesting. Smaller cities had bigger problems. In cities with 25 to 50,000 people, murders were actually up more than 5%. As for secondary categories, burglary, larceny, property crime also all fell in 2009, as did auto theft and arson, which both dropped by double digits. Now, criminologists say better community policing and improved technology help drive those crime rates lower, but experts are cautioning us that police budget cuts in tough economic times could reverse that trend. In fact, in the first 4 months of this year, murders are already slightly up in New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Harry?
Bob Orr in Washington tonight. Thanks.
And the other thing I can't help but to think about is, like, how much does, you know, poverty, income, you know, affects violent crimes, you know, people being broke, people being poor. You know, if you really want to fight crime, you want to fight poverty, right? Does that not make sense?
No, I want to fight people that choose to prey upon other people, no matter the situation. Do you realize most of these people committing a violent crime? I'm not talking about your a lot of these statistics you're looking at, they're not people trying to get food. They're not the ones going out there robbing and mugging people. Those are the ones doing the larceny and the theft, the shoplifting, you know, food, going out, you know, maybe stealing a car and selling it. These aren't the ones out there carjacking. They're not. I'm sorry, if you're hungry and your first thought is to go get a gun to rob somebody, then you're a fucking criminal. You're not hungry. Sorry, when you choose to victimize someone else that may be in just as bad or a worse position than you are because you're having it bad, you are a criminal. You are a sociopath. You cannot deal with society because you would rather prey on society than try to find a way to work within society. And I'm not saying exceptions, and I'm not, this may sound careless. People may say it's a lack of empathy and stuff like that, but I have lived on that side of poverty. I have been homeless on the streets. I have had that choice. And only criminals make that choice. If you got $300 to buy a gun, you got $300 to feed your family. Now, if you want to consider that $300 to invest in a gun an investment to provide for your family, then you're a sociopath. You are a villain who is choosing to prey upon the weak, or people weaker than you, or people that you conceive of as having more than you. But either way, you are choosing to become a predator rather than to eat. Sorry, I got problems with people that say, well, I'm doing this, I'm doing this because I'm hungry. That's why I'm carrying this 50-inch TV out this Target during the middle of a riot. That shit bothers me to no end, man.
Check this out. This is a website, Macro Trends. It says U.S. crime rate and statistics, 1990 to 2023. They have a chart here. So annual percent change per 100K population is on the left, and at the bottom is the dates. So, but just overall looking at this chart here, you can see that you see back, what is the date? 1990 here, and you see it's the chart is up. You see that? And then it dips. It has a little spike here, and then it dips, a little spike, and then it seems like it's trending back up for more recent times. But if you look at this, all of this is lower than in the 90s. You see what I'm saying? So even with this pretty dramatic uptick here into 2020, that's still way lower than where it was at in the 90s. And that's what I was talking about. Let me see. Do they have some break this down? So this is this by what country is this? Is this all countries? Is that what that means right there? Hold on, let me see. Can we do, all right, let's see. United States, is that going to change this? I don't want to download any data. But let's see if this changes the chart. So I wonder, is this United States? What country are they saying? Doesn't say right here. Anyways, you see what I'm talking about? Just like a preliminary looking at the chart, just overall looking at it, you can see that everything, all of these dots are lower than these dots over here in the 90s. Like,
you're cutting the bottom of the chart off. You don't know what the fuck you're saying.
All right.
There we go.
So these are the dates here at the bottom.
Well, you do remember the speech that Obama did at the end of his year, right? About how he'd been dropping crime statistics and all that stuff during the first year or two of his presidency.
I don't remember
Which
because
you're saying is now a trend. But during all that time where it's been trending down, you know what was trending upwards? The police getting upgraded gear, the police getting trained personnel coming in from the wars.
Okay.
People that knew what they were doing, better equipment, better communications gear, surveillance gear. Like you said, is the trend of crime going down because we were on it more? Because it seems like now that we're slacking off, crime's going back up.
I think, like I was saying before, I think that poverty has
Also, that 2020, no offense, but that is an exaggerated statistic because I guarantee you, right in there, they're counting the riots and the violence and the property damage as part of crime, which it was.
with the Black
But
Lives Matter and all of that.
it was crime that was endorsed by our own politicians.
Well, we also know, maybe I can pull that up, that more people have been lifted out of poverty in the last 20 years than like ever in history.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm saying. Is that
Actually, you can start that trend early 90s, late 80s. More and more people actually moving to the I got it line instead of, but that also comes with the dissolution of the middle class. As that was happening, you either jumped up or fell down. And do you know that last year's tax data found out that there are 2 more secret billionaires in America? They didn't release names, but according to tax data, there's at least 2 more people that are billionaire or more. And no one really knows, no one can really figure out who they are. Well, I'm sure they can, but they haven't said who they are. Or they're like the ones that are like, I just have the money. I don't want people to know who I am.
Yeah, I wouldn't want people to know. So I would definitely sympathize with that. Yeah, but I wonder if we was able to transpose a chart showing people moving out of poverty versus this crime chart, how would it look?
It would actually be a whole lot more people dropping into poverty. Because while we've had more people raised out of the poverty level over the last 20, 40 years, we've had more people slide into it because, again, of the dissolution of the middle class. With no middle class, they're either in poverty or they're not. I mean, there is no, we gonna make it,
So I found a chart right here. Statistica website. It says poverty rate in the United States from 1990 to 2021. On the left is percentage of population, and on the bottom is the dates. So, but we got a mad dip here. Pretty much starting 2014 here and dipping dramatically to 2019.
Why don't you point that back to 2009? It's where there's actually a dot on there.
Yeah,
So
right
see,
here.
that's now we're talking about the first year of the 44 administration. And then watch what happens.
It dips a bit.
It's like banking, give money to everyone. Oh, we don't have any money to give to anyone to help out anymore. Okay, fuck the people.
And then 2014, it bottoms out after 2014 and like
his second term. At the end of his second term, when he stopped giving out all the bailouts.
And it just dramatically drops here. And then 2019 is like really, really, really low. And it rebounds going into 2020 and 2021.
2020 was the lockdown. So from 2020 to 2021, according to that chart, things got better. But that's because we increased the amount of money by 40% in the overall budget and gave that away. People that were making $300 a week, now everyone's making $600 a week. And because of that, everyone who was a statistic and got the unemployment mad money is no longer in poverty level.
I wish we could look at these side by side.
That's how that's how the statistics get skewed that way. The whole friggin' pandemic situation really is screwing with every statistic, every counter, every metric that you can come up with, except for one. Corporate profits were some of their highest, when American citizens were at their lowest.
And that is continuing. That is continuing to this day. They're making record profits like crazy ever since the pandemic. Let's see. It says intentional homicides are estimates of unlawful homicides purposely inflicted as a result of domestic disputes, interpersonal violence, violent conflicts over land resources, intergang violence over turf or control, and predatory violence and killing by armed groups. Intentional homicide does not include all intentional killing. The difference is usually in the organization of the killing. Individuals or small groups usually commit homicide, whereas killings in armed conflict is usually committed by fairly cohesive groups up to several hundred members and thus usually excluded. So why are they saying that? Because it says crime rate and then it has a whole different chart. Let's look at this murder homicide rate, 1990 to 2023. It looks almost the same. It looks like the same chart. So what is the difference between the one that says crime rate?
It's very similar, but you keep cutting it off before the year, so we don't know what all we're seeing is a squiggly line and up and down. Yeah, there we go. Yeah,
this one is
there's a fair amount of difference in it.
Yeah, this is the original one I was showing, and I'm gonna flip to the other one. Let's see. And this is the other one. It looks like the same damn chart. Anyways, they're under the one that we were talking about with the FBI, and they were talking about the black people basically getting set up. Underneath that one, it had something on Epstein. Let's go to that. Somebody said it's what they do, and then they posted an article. It says Florida FBI knew of Jeffrey Epstein, victim 11 years before 2019 indictment. The woman, then 19, did not testify when she was subpoenaed by Florida feds because Epstein quietly reached a non-prosecution like deal. I remember that too. Let's see. How is that related to the FBI thing, though? Let's look at this. Daily Beast. Florida FBI knew of Jeffrey Epstein victim 11 years before 2019 indictment. It says a woman whose alleged allegations of childhood sex abuse against Jeffrey Epstein were key to his indictment last year gave her account to federal prosecutors in Florida more than a decade earlier, ABC reported. The woman, who was 19 when she first spoke with agents, was questioned by the FBI and subpoenaed for testimony by federal prosecutors in Florida in 2008 as part of the initial probe into Epstein's alleged child sex trafficking. However, she did not testify before a grand jury in West Palm Beach because Epstein reached a controversial non-prosecution agreement with the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami, in which the disgraced financier was allowed to plead guilty to lesser state charges. He was sentenced to 18 months in county jail. I certainly think with the FBI's capabilities, even back then, that they could have unraveled the entire network from New York to Paris to New Mexico, said Spencer Coven, a West Palm Beach attorney who represented 3 of Epstein's alleged victims during the initial federal investigation. The government shut this thing down and pled this thing out before going through and talking to probably more than half of the women that were involved in this whole thing. Okay, I get why they put it underneath now. Let me read this. It says, the woman, now 30 and identified in last year's indictment as minor victim 1, was contacted again by New York federal prosecutors nearly 11 years after she gave her original account, and they opened a new investigation into Epstein. She claimed that she was first recruited in 2002 to provide massages to Epstein, who killed himself in a jail cell last year and was sexually abused for years. So I get why they put it in there now, because they're saying that the FBI kind of dropped the ball with the Epstein thing, 11 years later. Then they reopen the case and do the investigation. So why didn't they do that 11 years prior? What was the motivations? How did they end up not going through it back then? And then what motivated them to go through it when they did? No comments on this one. Yeah, so I wonder, how political is the FBI? I was watching some videos recently. I don't know if I sent them to y'all, and they were talking about, what's his name? The guy who basically started all that stuff. What was his name? Man, I can't think clearly, y'all. I apologize. I'm freaking tired. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Why didn't they do it? What motivated them to do it when they did it? And why didn't they do it back in the past? When that chick originally, gave her testimony about it. That's my question. Am I missing any comments anywhere?
No,
because I haven't been on my home screen.
no, I'm keeping an eye on the comments on the big one. You might want to double check for Twitter and stuff. Some of them I didn't pick up, and I'm actually live. I'm staying live in the Bumble chat or the Rumble chat now. Ever since that day, I stay live in the Rumble chat. So if you're listening on Rumble, hey, that's me. It's actually me hanging out in there, not someone scamming you.
Yeah, I'm searching right now, trying to see if I can find what I'm looking for, but I don't see it.
But we're a little low tonight on Rumble. We've only got 4 watching, according to what I see, and one of them would be me.
Yeah, it's probably because I came in so late. It throws the whole show off when I come in late. I'm searching and I don't see what I'm looking for. I think I'm gonna move on because I feel like I'm wasting time right now.
Yeah, I mean that he's a porn star in his own right now. I mean, if you think about it, he's just well hung. Okay, no need to keep getting hung up over him.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we've stretched this one about as far as it'll go anyway.
How many of those do you have in your face? you got just rapid fire
Hey,
here.
you really want me to keep going? Say, now you understand. You guys keep saying, always interrupting. He always interrupts. It's like, dude, you have no idea the wisecracks that I keep to myself.
Yeah.
I actually have. You got to understand. I actually have notebooks that are topical for when I'm thinking of stuff and coming up with this stuff. It's like, this is if this topic comes up. That's if a different politics comes up. That's social. It's like, I got some predictions going on for this Trump stuff thing going on. First of all, with the Fannie Wells enough, I'd like to point out that on November 4th, 2020, she put out a tweet saying something along the lines of, yeah, we need to make sure every vote gets counted and watched by the things. We should start in this particular city because they've been having trouble with their water system. I wonder which votes they lost.
Mm.
So technically that's her using social media to subtly influence an election, which is what she's putting them up to court for, right? I'm sure the defense is gonna keep that one in mind. But here's what I think is going to happen. I think she's building the clout to run for higher office. I think she's using win or lose. I think she's going to use this as a stepping stone of either I got him or I had the balls to go get him. So that's why you should vote for me.
She's
and I already know
definitely
what the liberals.
she's definitely becoming a celebrity and out of all of this. Her picture is all over the place.
I'm seeing this as a rise to power as much as I saw AOC, except AOC talked herself out of it.
And that's funny because
I win or lose. Go ahead.
I did a whole rant about how if you wanted to move up, being a district attorney is a good way to do it. You know, that Kamala Harris, that's where she came from. And like I say,
if you have your heart on the law,
mm-hmm. If you have ambitions,
base,
that's a way. That's definitely a way to do it. And then putting your name on high-profile cases.
But, like I said, if she wins, she's the chick that got Trump. If she loses, She's the chick that had the balls to go after Trump.
Mm.
She literally is a win-win in this situation. So we're going to see her in politics soon. Here's the next one now. Trump's going to get appealed by the courts and all this. We know this is going to end up playing out to something minor or dismissed by the courts because, or I might be wrong on this, but it tends to be the way these things go, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So the next play from the liberal side and from the cries of the government or cries of the people he's running against are going to be, he must be prevented from winning. Because if he wins, he's going to use the legal system for revenge and retribution. That is the next liberal play.
Mm.
And it might even be a Republican play if the call is close enough. They're going to say, yeah, he can't be president again because he's going to use the FBI and all this to go after his opponents. Well, right now we have a sitting president encouraging law enforcement and FBI to investigate a declared political opponent.
Mm.
We're already in gray area.
Crazy
seriously.
times.
But to be fair, they are doing a real good job about keeping Biden's mouth shut about this whole indictment thing going on. But as soon as he endorses an indictment, that is a sitting president using the media to encourage legal attacks against an opponent. Just saying, we're getting into gloves off territory. And the mugshot's bad. People will think, oh, I love the mugshot. Both sides are like, the mugshot's great. The mugshot's bad. You know why? It's receipts. Now they got receipts. Now we want Hunter's mugshot. We want Joe's mugshot. We want Hillary's mugshot. We need receipts now. Give us receipts. You sat there and said, oh, well, you're just straw manning. You're going, oh, well, not them, not them. Well, no, let's talk about the one on the table. Okay, now that's off the table now. It's done. Now give us receipts on the things you admitted were crimes, but told us we're talking about something else. Now we're talking about this. Give me my receipts. Give me my mugshots. They just turned indictments into the next political weapon, just like they're using impeachment ever since they went after friggin' Clinton for getting a blowjob in the office.
Let's do this here.
It's razor blades and lemon juice out there, man. It's razor blades and fucking lemon juice.
Yeah. White knuckles, on both sides. Let's do this right here, because when me and Pat was kind of having an argument a bit. We were talking about the global warming, climate change thing, and I mentioned a chart or whatever that I had seen, and I think this is the one that I was thinking of right here. So right here, Historic Vids posted this. It says average global temperatures per year since 1880 until 2023.
I was told by my guy that's helping me get my books, stuff and things like that I need to confess something on this channel real quick. The book I wrote, the stories that I'm writing, that I'm working on about, it's called From Earth Descended. And it's about us going out into space and stuff like that. I should probably, how I argue about global warming and climate and all that stuff. My first book is called The Long Summer. Something happens and the global temperature raises 3 degrees for 20 years. And because of that, that forces mankind to push the technology to get off of Earth into space, start building stations, colonizing places. The first thing that they do to colonize Mars is they get out to the Kuiper Belt and get a whole bunch of water asteroids that are comprised of mostly water, and then they bombard Mars with them. And the asteroids hitting creates a dust cloud in the atmosphere, creating a heat and all of that, and creating moisture and changing the atmosphere to where it's not livable, but it's more livable than it is. Now, this is all science fiction and all that stuff, but because of the nature of my whole reason we get off the planet being the long summer, it actually ties into global warming and stuff like that in a way. Basically, it ties back. Truthfully, it came back from the idea of the humans being a virus, and Gaia, Mother Earth, got a fever. She got sick. What happens when an entity gets sick? Their temperature rises to attempt to kill off what the virus or what it is.
Right.
So literally, the Earth began to raise temperatures because things were getting bad, and well, it worked. It helped get us off Earth. It wasn't the end of the Earth because things got better once stuff got better. But, it's only fair that as much as I rag on global warming and this subject and things like that, that I also admit that I use that in my writing.
Well, testimony and like
Which
that.
is also why I know more about, well, like I say, it's also why I know a lot more about it than I should for someone that argues against it more.
Okay, that's fair. And I like it makes me think about terraforming, and they think that there's an ocean underneath Mars, underneath the surface, a huge ocean. They haven't been able to verify that, but they think so. Like it has a frozen surface, but underneath it is a liquid water
When
ocean.
you get a chance, look up Mars with water, and then click images, and they've got a topographical map of Mars and what it would look like if the seas were where they estimate that they should be from where the water used to be and the stuff that it is now. It's really, really awesome. I use it in my games and in my writing as this is what Mars, they're trying to turn it into another thing. But we also did a green moon in mine too. They're trying to find a way to grow mosses and things like that in there to help create some form of. It didn't work on Earth, on the moon, but it left it kind of a greenish color. But there's still all kinds of stations there, Mars, and then we go out to the Kuiper Belts, which there are asteroids out in the Kuiper Belt, which literally one of these asteroids, the size of, say, Hawaii, has enough minerals and resources in it to more than quadruple what is found here on Earth.
Yeah, interesting stuff. So, anyways, let's do this. This is the chart right here. It says average global temperatures per year since 1880 until 2023. So, like global average data temps. And I don't around here, but so this is in Celsius, and it's just showing how it does fluctuate. So, and that was Pat's argument that it goes down, or that it's cooler in one part of the world and hotter in another part or whatever. But this chart shows how the average temperatures are continuing to increase.
And a rough thing for our American brothers who don't know anything about the metric system, 1 degree Celsius is about 2 degrees Fahrenheit, give or take a little bit.
So basically, this chart shows that it has increased about 1 degree Celsius since, the beginning of it. What was the date? 1880 to 2023 or whatever it was. Why is it freezing up? This thing has been playing over and over in the background while we were talking, but as soon as we talk about it, it starts freezing up. So yeah, you can see looking at this chart that it right about plus 1 degree Celsius from 1880 to now, basically.
You know what's really, really funny when you look at that and how it spiked up. It started spiking up in the 1980s, right? Right about the time that America started sending all of its production to third world countries who didn't have the same exhaust laws for factories and stuff like that, and didn't have the same environmental laws that we were starting to put in. Which you do know that China is the #1 producer of carbon right now, at 30% of the world's total.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying.
We're pretty close in at 13 to 14%. We're pretty close in at 13 to 14%. But
yeah,
China, and they don't get any restrictions on it because according to their dynamics, they are still an emerging country.
Yeah, developing country or whatever.
Developing nation. Yet, you know that in the last 20, 30 years, they have poured more concrete than the United States has done from its inception.
Yeah, it's weird to me. It's political. So how do they come up with that developing nation, developed nation? The whole thing where they talk about the global south or the global north, all of that shit is super political and like with third world countries. That's why they don't really supposed to use those terms anymore, because they are like not politically correct or whatever to call another country like a third world country or whatever, And then I don't like it when people make those comments where they say first world problems, like it's not something that you're supposed to care about, because just like be happy you're in the first world. I guess that's beside the point, but anyways, let's move on.
No, I agree. The little girl crying because she didn't get a pony for her birthday, that's a first world problem.
Well, they call everything first world problem.
The kid getting mad because the kid going to high school getting pissed off because he got a Toyota instead of a Mercedes, that's a first world problem.
Yeah, well, I would say that
someone being mad because they couldn't afford the brand new iPhone, that's a first world problem.
Yeah, well, I would say that you'd have communities within this first world or whatever that are third world. So like depending on where you are in the country, you know what I'm saying? That people that have they're nowhere near that having the problem.
Absolutely, and the longer we keep these borders open the way they are, the bigger those blocks are going to be.
Well, these people aren't immigrants. These are United States citizens who've been here forever. They just don't have those kinds of problems of worried about getting a Toyota. They don't have nothing. They're happy with a bicycle or something. Let's do this right here. It's a really cool poem this guy did right here. Scott Heron.
Primitive art. And yes, they were masters of hunting. Yes. was primitive art. And yes, they were masters of hunting and fishing, and courtesy came from the heart.
Come on.
And yes, there was love and medicine, religion, intertribal
Come on, man.
communication by drum, but no paper, no pencils.
Let's start it over. No, why am I
was
shit
primitive
freezing
art.
up?
And yes, they were masters
Come on.
of hunting and fishing, and courtesy came from the heart.
Let me close some of these screens. Maybe that's what it is.
Yes, there was love and medicine, religion, intertribal
Oh my God.
communication by drum, but no paper, no pencils, no other
Let's make it small. That might be what it is. I'm all the way free.
utensils. And hell, these folks never even heard of a gun.
I'm all the way freezing up now. Hold on, y'all.
And this is why the colonies came, to stabilize the land.
You won't even let me do anything now. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me exit this, and then I'm gonna bring it up. This kind of thing bothers the hell out of me. One second.
That's why you need to get a cheap. That's why you need to get a cheap little PC, little $100, $150 thing that you got run at the side that you can use your
Primitive art.
you can use to research
yes,
and look for things. Then you send a link. You use a messenger or whatever to send your link over to where your broadcast is, and then play that from there. That way, you're not using any resources except your broadcast resources on your broadcast computer.
Okay.
Was primitive art. And yes, they were masters of hunting and fishing, and courtesy came from the heart. And yes, there was love and medicine, religion, intertribal communication by drum, but no paper, no pencils, no other utensils. And hell, these folks never even heard of a gun. And this is why the colonies came, to stabilize the land, because the dark continent had copper and gold, and the discoverers had themselves a plan. They would discover all the places with promise. You didn't need no titles and deeds. Then they would appoint people to make everything legal, to sanction the trickery and greed. And back in the jungle, when the natives got restless, they would call it guerrilla attack. And they would never describe that the folks finally got wise and decided that they would fight back. And still, we are victims of word games. Semantics is always a bitch. Places once referred to as underdeveloped are now called mineral rich. And the game goes on eternally. Unity kept just beyond reach. Egypt and Libya used to be in Africa. They've now been moved to the Middle East. There are examples galore, I assure you. But if interpreting were left up to me, I'd be sure every time folks knew this version wasn't mine, which is why it is called His Story.
His story. So yeah, man, if you don't know about this guy, learn some stuff about this guy. He's a really cool dude. So Jill Scott Heron, that was one of his performance pieces. He said a lot in there. Caption, it says, I was wondering about our yesterdays. Oh no, this is a clip from his thing. I was wondering about our yesterdays and started searching through the rubble. And to say the very least, somebody went to a lot of trouble to make sure that when we looked things up, we wouldn't fare too well. You know, they do play with how you do your Google searches. Like somebody was talking about how, like, you know, they came out with the movie, the Black Panther movie, you know, and it was really popular and it blowed up or whatever. But now when you do searches and you're looking for like the Black Panther Party, then the movie pops up, you know. It's like they can't take stuff out of the internet, but they just like mush a bunch of stuff in there to make it harder for you for your search. and then the keywords end up being the same. So again, that just makes it harder. So that's one of the ways that they hide stuff when you're doing your searches, is by coming up with new stuff with the same names, so that it becomes some pop culture type thing instead of some historical type thing. Information data. Y'all follow me with that? It's an interesting way that they're going at this thing to make it harder for you to get good information off of the internet. Really clever. Let's do this one.
This is the realest speech I've ever heard in my fucking life. This is exactly how I feel about Puerto Rico. This is the realest shit I've ever heard. She broke it down, start to finish. Pay attention.
That begins with the genocide of a native people and ends with an attempt to silence one of their survivors and fiercest defenders, namely myself. It is a story of white cultural and economic imperialism in its broadest outlines, and of white hegemony and white racism on this campus. Specifically, it is a story of the politics of academic freedom as a politics of white racism. Let me tell you now, first, how a white foreign world, that is the world of the Haole, came to occupy the world of the native, that is the world of Hawaiians.
Come on.
In 1778, a white foreigner came to our land with a pestilential shipload of other foreigners. They wanted women, water, food, and general recreation, for which they gave Hawaiians syphilis, gonorrhea, tuberculosis, and ideas of predatory Christianity, capitalism, and individualism. 42 years later, in 1820, a different class of aggressive Haole, animated by the hatred of all things dark and sexual, brought measles, chicken pox, and a virulent determination to replace the Hawaiian world with the Haole world. They were called missionaries, and they were bent on conversion of my people and the dispossession of our lands and waters. By this time, that is 1820, 750,000 Hawaiians were dead, directly the result of the coming of the Haole. Conveniently for the missionaries, the Hawaiian universe had collapsed under the impact of mass death. The fertile field of conversion was littered with the remnants of Holocaust, a Holocaust created by Haole and celebrated by Haole as the will of a Christian God. By the 1880s, most of our lands were owned by these same white American foreigners who had convinced our chiefs that private property would give our people everlasting physical life. In 1893, when Hawaiians were but 5% of what they had been at contact, and when most of our arable lands were in the hands of foreigners, the American Marines invaded and occupied our country, overthrew and imprisoned our chiefly leaders, and forcibly took Hawaii. In 1898, we were annexed to the United States against the wishes of the Hawaiian people. By 1900, all Hawaiian language schools were closed. Political and economic life was dictated by the Haole, and American institutions overtook the last vestiges of Hawaiian culture. From this point forward into the 20th century, Hawaiians became increasingly like other native peoples, conquered and subordinated in their own homeland. Now we suffer a declining population, continued land dispossession, and ongoing destruction of our cultural ways. As a nation and a people, Hawaiians are no longer self-determining. For Hawaiians, American colonialism has been a violent process. The violence of mass death, the violence of American missionizing, the violence of cultural destruction, the violence of the American military. Once the United States annexed my homeland, new kind of violence took place. The violence of educational colonialism, where foreign Haole values replace Native Hawaiian values, where schools like the University of Hawaii ridicule Hawaiian culture and praise American culture, and where white men assume the mantle of authority, deciding what is taught, who can teach, even what can be said, written, and published. In Colony Hawaii, the university stands top the educational pyramid of the state. People of color comprise over 70% of the student body, while the faculty are over 70% Haole. For Hawaiians, the situation is worse. 13 tenured Hawaiian faculty compared with nearly 660 tenured Haole faculty. This situation is called institutional racism.
So that's a little bit related to Hawaiian history. It says, she was considered the female version of Malcolm X in Hawaii. She exposed the colonization and imperialism in Hawaii by the U.S. government. Let's see, there's some tweet replies on this one. It says, been saying this, Hawaii's last black queen, Queen Lulukalani, was overthrown by American Europeans and the island stolen. Sad. Another one that says, thank you, Queen, for doing your homework. I like that. It says, absolutely correct. Another one that says, I'm in Hawaii right now on vacation, and the Uber driver was telling me the same thing. Let's see. It says, wow, respect this queen from Hawaii, Hananumi. Another one that says, history as it happened, not by what your $2 prayer books told you. Look at the military bases in Hawaii. Remember how the U.S. acquired what became Alaska and the rest of the USA. Canada was acquired by Eurocolonialism as well. Another comment says, this is about 4 solid minutes of real American history. Fortunately, I was taught this in 5th grade in Greensboro, North Carolina, by great teachers back in the 1960s. Unfortunately, politicians in Florida think kids can't emotionally handle these truths nowadays. Another one, it says, she brought nothing but facts. Unfortunately for Hawaii today, it's seen as prime real estate and will not be returned to the conquered Hawaiian people. Just like Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the United States will never be returned. It says, Juana K. Trask speaks the language of love for Kanaka of Polynesian ancestry. It says, however, we must question how truly deep is her love for the Kanaka, is her distrust of aversion of the dreaded Haules when David Stannard, her life's mate, is one of them. Let's see.
Ooh, that was a score.
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta wonder.
Hey, you know me. I am all about questioning both sides and questioning why you want to do this.
Yeah, like what are your
But
intentions?
yes,
Like what?
It is a story that needs to be told. It really is. And I'm not going to knock it for what it is. A story that needs to be told.
Let's see. 8.8 is the new 9.11. Not sure what that means. Another one that says, hey, with all due respect, the Polynesian people were all too happy to welcome their colonizers. You opened the door and never once tried to revolt. Now they can't leave. I don't think that's true, actually. It says, Heole, been spelling it wrong this whole time. Another one that says it's a pattern. It says, too bad, so sad. That's the history of the world. Another one that says that's everywhere, but we still allow it as a whole. Another comment that says, may God save Hawaii and her people. Another one that says, sounds familiar. Ron DeSantis is another instantational of this mindset. Instantiation. It says, how can an indigenous person be a governor in Hawaii? Explain to me in plain language I should understand. Yeah, so pretty sad story. It's really cool though because of the Maui fires that happened, and you know, it that's what's bringing this kind of stuff back to light. You know, people talking about Hawaii more and the history and how we got to where we are today. So I always love to, you know, people to revisit, you know, how things got the way that they are. So it's great to me that the fires is causing that to happen. Yep. I wish that we could just revisit history and just, take it in for what it is instead of like picking sides and being triggered emotionally. Just see it for what it is. Take it in.
Yeah, I mean, no offense, but in every aspect of a whole lot of things, and this pisses people off when I talk to them about it, the past is the past. It's done. The past is about, at this point in time, it's no longer, what have we done? What have we done? It's, how do we do better? We can do better. We need to know about the bad things that happen, because we need to make the choice to do better. And only by acknowledging the shit do we understand that we have to do better.
Right. That's how we keep from allowing the same things to happen again and again and again and again.
And the thing is, there's room for both sides in doing better. I mean, not only do both sides need to, both sides have a strong and needed say in building better, in doing better, because if one side of this political argument gets control of the answers, then a whole lot of people are going to get screwed over, and it's going to be worse for everybody. That's the whole idea of having choices and sides, and this debate and this conversation is people have to realize that, yeah, I think this is the only way that the world is going to be saved. It's like, well, what about my world? That's your world. That's the world you want to see. What about the world that we're in today? What about the world that I want to see? And the only way for us to do better is to look at it's just like when you're trying to improve your life. You go back, you look at all the crappy shit that you've done or all the way things have gone, and instead of trying to make excuses for it, instead of trying to go back and, make everything right and stuff like that and be stuck in the past, it's about how not to do those things again. How to move on and become a better person. And if along the way you can find ways of making things done badly better, do so. But the concentration, if you sit there and focus on only restituting and only making things right, then you are stuck in the past. You are both blind and oblivious to the future, and you're going to get rolled by it. And that's just the way I feel about it. I mean, we're so busy focused on all of these things, we have to do better. And that's the first thing that we need to get everyone to agree on is That is the priority going forward, is to do better.
Yep. Yep. So when you the point of looking at the past, like your even like when in your personal life is, for you to improve, you have to accept some personal accountability. You have to realize the things that you did wrong so that you can not do those things again,
You don't even have to play it on the negative like that. You don't see you are caught up in the blame game. And unfortunately, accountability and blame are not the same thing. You just have you can't sit there. That's the whole thing I'm talking about. Everyone's focused on, it's the white man's fault, the white man colonist's fault, and blah blah blah. And it's so horrible, it's so bad. Okay, well, how not to let that happen again? How not to do that? If we're sitting there immersed in all this shit, if you sit back and look through your life and you sit in the past of your life and only sit there and go, well, if I don't face 100% accountability for all the wrongs that I've done, I'm never going to do better, then you're never going to do better because you're going to be so busy caught in the past, you will have no future. That's the biggest thing everyone goes to is like, well, first of all, you have to destroy yourself and hurt yourself and rip yourself open and be raw about every bad thing you've ever done, instead of just stop doing bad shit. Do the right thing and then work on the other stuff as you go along, as you grow. You're there, you're at the point, you're open to growth. You don't have to destroy to create. You can remodel. You don't have to tear down to build. Now, if the foundation is all fucked up, that's a different story. Sometimes you do have to take it down to the ground. But like I said, everyone's so worried now about the past and all of this that we're not looking at how to do better now. We want to blame. We want to show these people are the cause. We want indictments. We want mugshot. We want receipts.
Yeah.
Destruct.
Let me play this clip right here. My eyes are burning.
The question is, how we have to do it. We stop this back and forth antagonistic fight, this, tooth and claw fight, and get to hell with what we want right now. What can we do to make American people's lives better? And I'm saying American people not because I'm selfish, nationalist, or anything like that, but before you can start to help other people, even yourself, you have to start healing yourself. And like you said, accountability in this, I'm talking about foundation we got to go back to.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone is so wild about the interpretation of what America was supposed to mean. They don't actually read the Constitution. And when they do read the Constitution, when they do read those documents, they're not trying to understand what they were saying. They don't want to understand what was going on in the world and the mind frame and things like that at that time. They don't want to see where they were coming from. They want to use today's mentality, scholarship, and all of that to tear apart what they said from a different level of conversation. It's kind of like a college person going to an 8th grader and saying, you're dumb, you're wrong about everything that you, and all of that is, You know, and they go back in the founding fathers. That's the attitude they go back. They're dumb. They didn't know. They were stupid. They were liars. They were contradictory. They were this. They were that. And they read from that point of view. They don't understand that we've had 250 years in physical, social, mental, and educational advancement. And the funny thing is, if you do look at the Constitution and why and things like that, it's a pretty damn elegant document where they actually put down in writing, we don't know. This is the way that we want things to work, but we don't know what's going to happen in the future. We don't know if this is going to need to be changed for a reason. And they left the document, instead of being weak where it can be exploited, they left a document that the people have the ability to change, to make stronger. They have the ability to divine what it means when the meaning is different to a slave owner in the 1600s and to a black man today. The document works for both, but the meaning is different because the world is different, because our understanding of all of this is so much different and changed. I mean, it's along the lines of everyone that is like, well, white men, slavery, and blah, 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 America, bad, slavery. And I sit there and go, yeah, but who was the one that actually fought a civil war amongst their own country to end it? The very country you're complaining about now. We didn't just throw some laws out and say no more. We took up guns. Right or wrong, on whatever side of it, it was a war over slavery, and we fought it. So, you know, what do you think about slavery and all of this when you look at that and go, where are we now? Once again, we're fighting over slavery, but now it's economical, political. It's institutional, but no longer for just people of color. For anyone that doesn't reach a certain level of society, they are enslaved. I mean, just the very scraping to get along, the 9 to 5. The fact that 2 people are required to fulfill one home. We have more people living as roommates now than ever before, because it takes two incomes for a 2-bedroom place, or a 1-bedroom place, even big enough that 1.5 people can move around. I mean, we're paying $1,000 a month and have a 317 square foot room with a hot pad, a fridge, and some shelves.
Yeah, it shouldn't be like that.
I'm rambling. I'll stop.
Let me play this. It says, if we genuinely care about Cuba, we will be doing more to try to bring an end to illegal U.S. sanctions, which are a form of economic terrorism, rather than calling for more punishment of the Cuban people. Let me play this.
Those criticizing the PDCA call out human rights abuses in Cuba, but are silent on the human rights impact of the illegal U.S. blockade of the island. They deny the achievements of the Cuban government in the face of relentless economic terrorism. The democratic provision of nutrition, healthcare, education, housing, and employment. Advances in sustainable agriculture, medical care, and technology. If we genuinely care about Cuba, we will be doing more to circumvent sanctions, not calling for more punishment for the Cuban people. Those criticizing the PDCA call out human rights abuses in Cuba, but are silent on the human rights impact of the illegal U.S. blockade of the island. They deny the achievements of the Cuban government in the face of relentless economic terrorism. The democratic provision of nutrition, healthcare, education, housing, and employment. Advances in sustainable agriculture, medical care, and technology. If we genuinely care about Cuba, we will be doing more to circumvent sanctions, not calling for more punishment for the Cuban people.
I think that when we talk about Cuba, the sanctions on Cuba, it seems to be left out of the conversation every time. They just say communism bad, and then I'm like, well, what about what has been happening like over time? Why do they all drive old cars? What is the whole story? Cuba is right there in our backyard. It's right basically off the coast of Florida, but the American people don't know anything about it. The truth and facts. There's this communism shroud or curtain that just keeps us from knowing what the hell. And like the successes of Cuba is something you can't even talk about. When we had the pandemic, they had doctors going around the world helping other countries dealing with the situation. They don't talk about that with Cuba. Cuba's bad. Cuba is communism. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Let's read some tweet replies. It says they probably best off joining BRICS. The sooner U.S. hegemony and the petrodollar is finished, the better for global humanity. Another comment, it says, no guarantee BRICS will be better for global humanity, but we can hope. The entire BRICS project is centered around the question of whether countries at the neither end of the neo-colonial system can break out of that system through a mutual trade and cooperation, or whether the large countries, including those in the BRICS, will inevitably enjoy asymmetries of power and scale against smaller countries and therefore produce inequities rather than transcend them. Let's see.
Good statement. That's something along what I was saying. When they started doing the BRICS, I was like, yeah, the smaller countries in it, you got a couple of economic powerhouses. They create, it's the same thing that we did with NAFTA and a couple other trade things. We strong-armed a whole bunch of piss-poor countries and stuff like that into this big trade agreement, and all of a sudden now we're the superior force in that, and the small countries now are basically just they're not developing, they're just like selling their resources. It's like, hey, the countries look like they're doing good for a little bit, but eventually it becomes a situation where the higher ups start taking all the money for themselves, and it goes weird, and that's what's going on. That's what's going on. All the companies, a lot of the trade people that we dealt with, and it's got a lot to do with some stupid shit we pull, are falling out of the dollar domination market, and it's our own fault because of screwing around in all this crap the way we've been doing. I mean, sooner or later, no matter how powerful the bully is, people get tired of being bullied. And they either rise up or walk away. And quite often, where do you walk to? If you consider the world a big old prison right now, and we're one of the big boys on the block, all these countries are going to the protection of the other two big boys on the block, who right now seem to be teaming up. And you know, if it's not a three-way situation, if it's not a three-party situation, if it's not a three-power situation, there really isn't going to be a balance. Because if there's only two sides to the economic situation, it's China that's going to win.
Mm. Let's read a couple more tweet replies. It says, Biden doesn't know why Cuban sanctions. Hashtag USA free Cuba. Another comment, it says, the entire world except for the US and Israel votes annually at the UN to lift the grotesque and illegal unilateral sanctions imposed on Cuba. The Cuban people are being collectively punished, which constitutes a war crime simply for refusing to bow to the will of the US. And it's been so long. Even back when they put it in, it didn't really make sense. But at this point, it really doesn't make any sense at all. Like, what the F? Why? Why do we have these sanctions on Cuba? Like, can somebody rationally explain that shit?
Now, I have a question. Have you read back and know the history back to why they started and what's been going on since then?
Yeah, I know a lot about this topic. A lot.
You actually should be able to answer that question. You just don't agree with the answer.
It's bullshit. It's BS. It's communism bad. That's the simple answer. It's I don't want an example of communism working, you know, or socialism working in my hemisphere, anywhere close to my country, because I don't want it to influence my people, to get them to see that there's other systems of governing people that work other than the one that we do here. I'm afraid that my people are going to want more. Instead of it always being about private capital. Let's read this. It says, the UN Assembly started voting on Cuba-backed resolution from 1992, voting for the resolution every year, except in 2020 when no vote took place because of the pandemic. Only Israel voted with the U.S. against the resolution on Wednesday. 3 other U.S. allies, Ukraine, Colombia, and Brazil, abstained. Brazil had voted with the U.S. in 2019. Yeah, and you had, what is his name? Bolsonaro, not Bolsonaro. Who was it? In there at that time. Cuba called the embargo a systematic violation of the rights of the Cuban people. This constitutes an act of genocide, just like the virus. The blockade asphyxiates and kills, and it must stop, homeland or death. It's like we have an active war against Cuba, like, to this day. Like I said, Cuba sent doctors. Cuba helps out the United States in all kinds of ways. Whenever stuff happens, like, Cuba sends help and aid and shit. Like, they're really cool with Haiti. They're one of the main ones who try to help them out all the time. Let me read this one. It says, the worst human rights abuses in Cuba occur at Guantanamo Bay. Another one, it says, one day USA hypocrisy will come to an end. Another one that says, glad to hear the concise term economic terrorism being used out loud in public. That's exactly what it is. Another one that says, diplomacy and dialogue should always be the preferred approach to addressing complex international issues. It's crucial to consider the well-being of people on both sides and seek peaceful solutions. Another comment, it says, the impact of sanctions on ordinary citizens in Cuba is undeniable. Sanctions, like any form of economic pressure, often hurt the most vulnerable while doing little to change the actions of those in power. That is exactly what the hell happens. It's kind of like with Russia, with the sanctions on Russia. Like the elites in Russia aren't hurt by that. you know it you know they are fine. They're finding their ways to get around that stuff, just like in Cuba. The elites in Cuba, they're good. They get to get their goods. It's just the regular folks that hurt. Let's see, I can't read that. I don't even know what language that is. Another comment that says, so very true, Mick, keep up the good work. Another one that says, I can't read that.
French.
It says, Cuba lives in its communism, let them enjoy it. So, okay, this comment right here, Cuba lives in its communism, let them enjoy it. So how does that relate to what we're talking about here related to the sanctions? So because they live in communism, that's the reason why they're suffering?
Don't. You're agitated. You don't like comments like that. But when someone makes a comment like that on something that's your side, you completely support it. That's an ignorable comment. You chose not to scroll, just like you choose to scroll on the other side of an argument. That's like I said, just choose to scroll on something like that. That's just a tangent. And it bothers you in this one because you know exactly what it means. You know exactly what they're saying, and it agitates you because it successfully trolled you.
And it's ignorant.
Just like you scroll past ignorant comments when it's something that is on the other side. And you've read some pretty ignorant comments that were very anti-conservative as well, that had nothing to do with topics. I mean, this is a scroll by. Stop getting distracted by stuff like that.
All right, fair. Let me read this one. It says, Mick, you make an excellent point, but I think in the long run, the U.S. 60 plus years of illegal sanctions on Cuba and the fact that Cuba has still not only prospered under them, but also helped other countries in the global south immensely, shows just how belligerent and toothless U.S. is. I don't know if I can really get on board with that completely because it's not toothless. The other comments was just saying how people die, and they do. People are starving. A lot of people are starving. Let me read this one. It says, it's really mind-boggling, these schizophrenic abuses of imperialism allied to Satanism, and that against an entire people for more than 50 years. It is a slow and insolent crime. The genocide against Vietnam without reason was shorter. That the U.S. monopoly falls. Yeah, I have a big heart for Haiti and for Cuba. These countries, they're right off the coast. They really should be kind of integrated into, let's say, the Western world, whatever you want to call it. We should be able to move freely back and forth. Think about how the United States.
I'd be happy with an old world versus new world shit. North and South America against the rest of those motherfuckers. They spent many centuries fucking up all of the land they thought was the whole world. We got this now. Let's make North and South America, let's make that shit right the way it should be. I mean, we learned what to do, we learned what not to do. Again, we can do better. And
right.
If we're going to call ourselves Americans, then why are we differing between the United States and North and South America?
Right.
We're Americans, right?
Right.
That means two continents.
Right. And
not
it's a
just
whole
a part of one.
yes, one little small section of the Americas actually, and so when they say America and they just mean United States is what they mean, but I don't even think they know that that's what they're saying. I don't think they really understand, and we should be a community. I mean, at the very least, because we can all use each other, we can help each other, all work together. Causing these little pockets of separation.
With a few exceptions, trade between these two continents is easier than trading with anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, it just makes sense, and probably gonna
Again, with a
have,
few exceptions for the people that want to do that, but
and will probably have everything that we need too, without even having to use anything from anywhere else in the world.
we
If
will
we
need
was
to
working
trade.
together.
We will honestly need to trade for 13 of the 43 technology minerals.
Yeah.
Going
Well, I don't
forward.
know.
I mean,
Vene-
I'm being honest about that. We still
well,
could not
Venezuela
do
has a good.
technology by ourselves.
Well, Venezuela has a good amount of that stuff, right? Where else? Freaking Guatemala, some areas in Central
There's
America.
43. I've sent stuff. I brought all this up before. There's 43 minerals used for the advanced tech needed for the smart and green industry. And China's got a monopoly on 3 of them so far. So no matter what, for us to do high-end tech and green technology, we have to trade with China. And I think there's like somewhere between 8 and 13 that do not appear amongst the 2 American continents. And Ukraine actually has some of the best uranium in the world.
Let's read this right here. It says the Washington Post, like most media, still hasn't reported on the dramatic progress against poverty made by AMLO's policies. But here's an opinion piece admitting that fact while denouncing AMLO for doing so in a terrible way, because they must never make a leftist Mexican leader look good. It says Mexico's anti-poverty success has a dark side. This is the article that they are talking about, Bloomberg analysis by Eduardo Porto, August 23rd, 2023. It says, did Mexico figure out how to improve the lives of the poor? Earlier this month, the government's policy evaluation unit, CONAVEL, revealed that 56.1 million Mexicans lived under the poverty line last year. So they just did a little excerpt from the article because they're trying to push back on it. So Ben Norton posted this. He said, but at what cost? The Washington Post is the personal property of billionaire Jeff Bezos, one of the richest oligarchs in human history, and it wants the world to think it is bad that Mexico's left-wing AMLO's government has helped lift millions of people out of poverty. So it's basically like AMLO, he gets a bad rep, and it's kind of like the same thing with the guy from Brazil. What is his name? He just came back to power and he's stirring stuff up too, and he's talking about Cuba too. Why I can't think of his name. Anyways, when these people do stuff that's good, like save the natural the forests and lift people out of poverty or whatever, they have to always put a spin on it to make it sound like it was a bad thing, because it pushes against these private companies and it helps regular folks. Let's see. Do they have some comments in here that's worth the crap? It says yes, and Biden thanks Bezos for his services. Liberals try to ignore AMLO. He's showing what the U.S. could have been achieved if not for its contempt for the poor. Another one, it says that Jeff Bezos, all the superior rich and the mainstream media they own, is the mortal enemy of the working class hopes, dreams, and aspirations, is known to them to a man in solidarity. It's the working class and non-rich who fail to understand that only in solidarity with each other they can win. So, and that's an argument I've been making for the longest. It's like, we got this class struggle that's really going on. It's beyond races. It's beyond the political spectrums of Republican, Democrat, even conservative or liberal, and so, but then they have us fighting these little culture wars and political wars, and it's got us away from actually looking at so we don't know who's actually with us when we talk about like the working class. Like, everyone's trying to get to that point where they can become one of the oligarchs, if you will, but meanwhile, that whole time their real peers are the other working class folks. Like, you have the owning class and you have the working class. And it's like I say all the time, it's like, if you can't take a year, 2 years, 3 years off from work and still be okay, you're not a part of this owning class, even if you own your own business or whatever. But if you own your own business and you have to go to work, then you're not a part of that group. So you should be standing in solidarity with the rest of the workers. So, because you have more power in those numbers, and us fighting for what matters to us, what will help us. Those people in the other class have a different deal going on. So, but when we try to mindfuck ourselves and think that we're aligning with them, and it fragments us, and it fragments our power, and that's the reason why we can't get anything done that helps us. It says the U.S. pro-poverty success has a dark side. They put a spin on that title. Yep. All these ads pop up in here is really weird to me. It says one of the things I've noticed about the anti-imperialist left is their blindness to issues concerning traditional communities and the environment. AMLO is not a left-wing president. It says a personal property of a guy who wouldn't let his employees take a pee break and works directly for DOD. It says, Ben, you are the Cassandra of this era. Woe unto those corporatists who ignore your critiques. Let me see. Did he write an article? I don't really feel like reading it, but he may have put. There's no link to an article here. He has another post in here. Let me see. Ben. Oh, yeah, this one. It says, when the U.S. demands so-called fair elections, it means elections that the left loses and right-wing U.S. puppets win. The same old strategies. The U.S. imposes illegal, murderous sanctions, then demands elections in which Venezuela's Chavistas or Nicaragua's Sandinistas must lose. Because he's replying to this, it says, Bloomberg exclusive, the Biden administration in talks with Venezuela to explore a temporary lifting of crippling sanctions in exchange for allowing fair elections next year. So it's like Biden talking with Venezuela saying, okay, we're going to lift some of your sanctions, if y'all do right by y'all elections, or we get to come in and make sure that y'all's elections go fairly, And what Ben Norton is saying, when they say fair elections, means that who they want to win wins. And if you let who we want to win, then we'll lift these sanctions off of y'all. It's really similar to the Cuba thing too.
Now you're not saying that our democratically run government is talking about running an unfair election, right? I mean, aren't people going to court for accusing them of doing the same thing right now?
In the United States, where here we're talking about Venezuela though. So, but the way they behave differently in other countries than they do in the United States. Not to say that we have completely fair elections here, but what my argument in that is usually related to the way we draw up the districts. You know, it's more related to that than actual people voting. And so the thing that has been in the news lately is people talking about voting, talking about dead people voting, or that the mail-in ballots are invalid and stuff like that. The actual votes is what they're saying is causing, you know, the problems with the elections, you know. But they said, like, I saw a post where they said, you know, it happens so few times. It's like you're more likely to get struck by lightning than for somebody to do like voter fraud.
Yeah, well, of all the researched voter fraud, they found out that it did happen. It was rarely, if ever, enough to actually throw the district, and it went about equal, both sides doing it, right and left. So
yeah,
it exposed exactly what we all knew was happening. Assholes cheat. And I'm sorry, the way I would do it was, you know, it's like, I don't even know right now. I mean, it aggravates me because I've always tried my best to play a fair game. You know, if I'm gonna do something dirty in a game, I'm gonna talk to people and go, hey, is it okay if if I play dirty, or is it okay? You know, are we dirty rules? I mean, shit, man. I even back away from someone in a street fight once I knock them down, because, you know, I grew up that you don't jump on someone when they're down and stomp them and shit like that. I mean, I'm a big man on fairness, and it pisses me off when politicians cheat, because first things first, you're up there because you want us to trust you to represent us. If I found out you as a politician have cheated, played dirty or nasty, I don't want you to represent me anymore. If you expose an illegal affair that your opponent is doing,
and you're doing the same thing,
the affair doesn't bother me. That's a human thing. That has nothing to do with whether or not he will represent my interests in a vote. However, you have proven yourself to be a despicable asshole. And I don't want someone that's going to do something like that to someone else to have my vote. You cannot represent me.
I agree with you on
This
that.
shit needs to get personal on that level, man.
Yeah.
I don't care if they did or didn't do coke. I don't care if they've had affairs and things like that, unless it's like, just, dude, really, I mean, don't do that anymore. JFK, the little affairs, only because he wasn't married. I mean, I'm not worried about that. He was a player. He was a powerful man. Swing that motherfucker. Swing for the moon and get Marilyn Monroe. More power to you. I mean,
yeah. But I want to reiterate that, you know, focusing on, you know, the part with the voting, like the mail-in ballots or the IDs, or, you know, that kind of thing, the voter fraud type of thing, is not where the focus needs to be if you want to make the elections more fair, you know, what you want to focus on is those districts, the way that they draw them up. That's where the focus needs to be. You know, if you want it to be fair, you know, that the people, what the people are voting for, what they really want, or who they want to represent them is actually represented after the votes are counted, then the way you draw up the districts is where the focus needs to be. And not to say that one side does it more than the other. Both sides do this. And that's where the cheating, that's where the real shit is happening. It's not mail-in ballots, it's not IDs, it's not, you know, people trying to vote twice or dead people voting.
It's in the legislative elections, the local ones that make the laws, the state ones that make the laws. Congress, Senate, people go to those. They vote for those guys. But that's on the American scale. It's the people in your state that are controlling, they have the power for where you live. AOC, you can completely ignore everything she freaking says because she only represents a small district in New York. She has no say, no sway in your life here in Texas other than the vote she carries as the mass body of Congress people. One
Right.
voice out of over 400.
Right.
Stop fucking dealing with it. It doesn't matter. What
doesn't.
matters to you? What do you want your home to be like? What do you want your neighborhood? What do you want your state to be like? This is where we need to start going after those people.
And that's the reason why the media gets people on that shit, is because it doesn't have any impact. They don't want you focusing on the stuff that's going to actually have an impact. They want you to just hate AOC and not pay attention to your local legislator, your local voting, your local folks that's going to actually have an impact.
Putting it in a corporate manner. Those guys are regional managers, national managers. You don't want those. Those guys aren't going to do anything for you, really. They'll look down and say, hey, guess what I heard today? Ha ha, and make it a joke to the one below them. We need to get the branch managers, the guys that we send to Austin to vote. Those are the guys that we need to pay attention to. We need to pay attention to the city council that makes the Houston laws and ordinances. Those are the people that affect our lives. It doesn't matter. How much has anyone's life changed between Trump and Biden? And yes, I use both of their names this time, excluding the whole pandemic.
And I'm making that same argument. Not very much. Not very much. And no matter which side that you're on. Yeah. So your sheriff is going to matter. You know what I'm saying? Your school superintendent is going to matter.
Coming from small towns in Texas and Louisiana, yes, your sheriff does matter. He matters a lot.
A lot. Let me read this. It says, this is the same imperial strategy the U.S. used against Nicaragua in the 1980s. The U.S. imposed a criminal blockade that caused an economic crisis while training, arming, and funding fascist Contra death squads. Then the CIA created a unified right-wing opposition bloc led by rich oligarch Violeta Barrios de Chamorro, an obedient U.S. puppet. Then Chamorro won the totally unfair 1990 elections in which Nicaraguans were told to vote with an imperial gun to their heads. Washington's message was very clear. If Nicaraguans voted for the Sandinistas, which had won the 1984 election in a landslide, then the U.S. would continue imposing its suffocating economic blockade and waging its murderous terror war. So that is related to the other part.
You have to understand, in 1984, in 1984, I was seeing this. And I'll admit it was American video and stuff like that. But the Sandinistas in 1984 had armed people at the polling stations guarding them. I mean, there really was an imposing military force of the Sandinistas, you know, and it looked to me like intimidation of the people. I mean, because the ballots were not unanimous, or they weren't anonymous. They were linked to people. People were afraid that these guys would come after them because they would come after people that went against them. Now, mind you, this is 1984, so let's see. To be honest, I'm 16. I'm just starting to come into world events. I'm trying to use world event now. I've already been writing games and short stories and stuff like that for 7 years. So I'm looking for inspiration on stuff. And I actually remember using some of this stuff going on as blueprints for my bad guy groups. And, you know, the X-Men have Magneto as their leader. I actually used, for my mutants in my superhero game, I used Che Guevara as the Magneto for the mutants. I used his character as a blueprint for the big, you know, the bad guy mutant, the you know, mutants will rule kind of group. But yeah, I remember seeing that on TV and the soldiers standing around the polling places and stuff like that. And while, again, American media controlled and stuff like that, I'm young, I'm not even looking at duplicity being reality like I grew into understanding. Ooh, that's a good comment, actually. I didn't even realize duplicity, you know, in reality at the time, you know?
Let me read a couple more. It says, yeah, the U.S. sometimes even asks opposition parties not to run if they're likely to use, and then claims the elections were fake. It says, and if the Chauvinistas and Sandinistas do win, the U.S. will declare the elections invalid, not recognize the winner, and keep the sanctions anyway. At a minimum, countries should demand the U.S. remove all sanctions for a full year before making any concessions if they feel they must. Yep. Shady business. A couple more and I'm gonna get out of here. This one, opinion. China's opposition to Japan's nuclear wastewater dumping is for the common good of the international public. In the end, it should not be China that is the most anxious. We should trust the real-time reports of national monitoring agencies and at the same time, take into consideration the reactions of people around the world. So it has a meme here that shows, it says, we're satisfied with Japan's plan. So I guess that represents like Uncle Sam, the United States. And then you got all of these like no toxic waste, So it's about them releasing that water in Fukushima into the ocean, which they already started doing, I want to say.
So you do realize this is just setting up a whole kaiju event, right?
Kaiju, what do you mean?
Kaiju, great monster, Gojira.
Yeah, Godzilla.
Giant monster, giant mutant monsters.
Yeah. That's the easy
They're
joke
called
for this.
kaijus.
So it has another.
You know I had to go for the easy one.
Yeah.
I got more, but they're a little more. You got to know a little bit more about it. I test the waters with the easy ones. If you get those, then I keep going.
I covered it pretty thoroughly in the other show, talking about them releasing the wastewater from the Fukushima into the ocean. So, but what they're talking about here is China is the one that's, blowing the horn or whatever, saying it's not cool. So, and then it's
China,
like saying
how many of your nuclear reactors dump water into the sea or into rivers? America, same question.
Yeah, so that's
Europe,
what they're saying.
same
That is,
question.
they're saying it's
If
kind
the
of
answer
weird
is
for
more than
China.
one, then it's too fucking many.
Yeah, so the whole international community really should be happy about it, but they're saying that it's weird that it's China seems like they're the loudest voice, So then it's like they got to have some kind of like political reasons to be so angry about it or whatever. But then we got to look at, what, I'm gonna pull up.
Because they're about to make a move on Thailand. And if they're going to make a move on Thailand, they have to make sure that all the other countries are bad guys right now, and you need to stay out of our business.
Well, I think
Just a
the
thought.
waters off the coast, because where Japan is located is important to this, because let me pull this up. I love showing maps.
No, honestly, put large coastal tides will pull the water off deeper into the South China Sea.
Right, that's what I was about to
which
say.
is
The
both
South
a
China
major
Sea,
trade route and it is a major fishing area.
major fishing area. So yeah, am I sharing this? Yeah.
Yeah, you got the big map.
So China is upset. So, and then it is, so like if we could totally see how the toxic waste could go into.
Don't start doing that if you can't pull up tide maps. Because honestly, we don't know where it's going to drift without a knowledge of the tides.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes we get to the point of spreading disinformation, and without seeing a tidal map of that area, here, you know what? Give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, because all I'm saying is I don't feel like it would be disinformation saying that you could see how China would be concerned just given the distance and location.
All we're seeing, but that's just it. One thing, it being close. Another thing, if the tides were literally just going to whip it out to sea. Let's see.
Yeah, so I love looking at these maps. So, because people don't really know geography very well, and it's like, why would China be concerned with something that Japan is doing? But then you look at the map and you see, well, Japan's not that far from China.
Because you can toss a rock and friggin' hit Japan or China from Japan.
No, you can't do that. But it's
that's just like saying you can toss a rock and hit Russia from.
I remember that.
You can toss a rock and hit Cuba from Florida. You can toss a rock and hit Venezuela from Cuba. I mean,
Yeah,
it
that
means
was,
they're damn close.
yeah. What was her name? Sarah Palin. That was the one. Yeah. So that became a whole thing. But still, like, my argument is still fair. It's just that helping people to understand the juxtaposition of these countries in relation to each other, because usually when people see like a map of Japan, it's usually just by itself. They show the island, and you don't really have a mental image of where it is actually in the world in relation to the other countries. Same thing with China. Whenever they show any country, they usually just show it by itself, and you don't have an understanding of how they are in relation to the other countries. So being that the United States is not crying at all about Japan leaking this toxic waste into the ocean, you could understand, because the United States is way the hell over here. So even regardless of the tides, the chances of the toxic waste ending up in waters around the United States versus them possibly ending up in waters around China, there's a huge, huge disparity there. So basically, that's my argument. It just makes sense that they're the ones that's crying about it versus the United States or Europe or any of those countries in the West. Let me see. I think, what was it? It was an article related to this. Hold on. Let's go to this article.
Yeah, I can't find one that's going to need a hell of a lot more exposition just to explain the damn map than. But truthfully, from the way the tidal situation looks, it's going to affect their own fishing industry more than anything else.
Mm. Yeah. So, and then they're saying that it's practically safe. So it says,
Again, there's a lot more information than we have to work with. And wastewater dump, what is the level of toxicity of the water that they're dumping?
well, I covered that in the other show. I was reading about it, and they were saying it was below, it was approved levels or whatever the hell, like, to say it without, saying the proper terms. But let me read this. It says China condemning Japan's
the government approved amount.
Right. That's what it said. Basically, that's what it said. This one, it says China condemning Japan's nuke wastewater dump, a responsible attitude, by Global Times, August 24th, 2023. So it says, from Thursday, Japan will forever be labeled as an environmental polluter as it begins to dump the nuclear contaminated water from the crippled Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant into the ocean. China has announced it would suspend all seafood imports from Japan. Now, what concerns most Chinese people is the seafood producing along China's coast still edible. It says, first, we must listen to the opinions of China's maritime monitoring and quality and inspection authorities. They closely track the change of quality in China's coastal water. Once radioactivity substances exceed the accepted standard and affect the safety of seafood, they issue warnings and take corresponding measures. Second, the condemnation of the Chinese government over Japan's action of dumping the nuclear contaminated wastewater into the sea demonstrates a responsible attitude towards the Chinese people and humanity as a whole. There is no need for panic among the people on the Chinese mainland. Our concerns should not exceed those of the Japanese, South Koreans, people in the island of Taiwan, Filipinos, Indonesia, or even North Americans. Why did they throw that North Americans in there? Although the Chinese mainland is close to Japan, We are surrounded by the first island chain after all. Some Chinese analysts believe that this island chain will somewhat block the infiltration of Japan's nuclear contaminated water, making the damage to the coast of the mainland smaller or later than to the countries and regions on the island chain. In other words, when Japan's nuclear contaminated water reaches the coast of Chinese mainland, the degree of dilution should be much greater than that in the first island chain. It is Japan itself that faces more risks. That's basically what you said.
Like I said, I saw some charts that I understand, but would take a lot more explanation. They're not easy charts. They're the ones with all the different colors, and it doesn't have the arrow directions and things like that. You have to be able to read topographical, the ones that don't show like the outlines like that, but have the little squigglies with elevation in
Yeah, I
and
know what you're talking about.
underwater.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
exactly what you're talking about. I took a oceanography class and we had to learn how to read that shit. Freaking yeah.
Most of it, because it's Fukushima, right over where it is. Most of it's going to go back up into the Sea of Japan, and it's going to filter slowly out south to the East China Sea. But most of it is going to end up being pulled out into the Philippine Sea. So it's up there in the Japanese area, and within that little ring, it's going to stay a higher concentration. And as it comes through these barriers between Korea and Japan and stuff like that, it's going to start diluting out into the major ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Already supposedly not being a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what I was saying in the other show is like, what else could they do with that water anyways? Like, I don't condone releasing, toxic water into the ocean, but it's like, what else could they really do with it? What other choice do they really have?
Store it in barrels in old salt mines and hope that the barrels don't decompose and blah blah, like they've been doing for the last 60 years.
Yeah.
Or excuse me, last 80 years.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I have one more. Let me see. Oh. Let me see. I think I have another one in here I wanted to cover before I go. It's already 4 a.m. Let me see if I can find it. Yep. The Fukushima, they did like a documentary. I want to say it was on Netflix. Like it did like a play of how all of that happened, like the decisions that people made when they were trying to they kept making it worse. Every decision they made, like once it started, it just kept making it worse. They tried to bury it in sand. They kept making it worse. It was such a terrible thing that happened. They were some cheap damn it, I can't even remember now. It came down to some little thing that they could have avoided by just doing regular maintenance. And they were trying to be cheap, like they were trying to save money. Cause of a huge ass thing.
Dude, have you been watching Sky News lately?
They're always on my timeline.
Dude, oh my God, they are roasting the hell out of us. I'm sorry. Every American right now should actually be one shade darker than they are because of all the roasting that we've been getting. I mean, we've been put to the fire, man. They're burning us like the sun. And the sad thing is, I can't argue with 98% of what they're saying. I mean, they are literally putting half of the comedians that I know out of business because they're funnier.
Let me read this. It says, to everyone watching the debate theater tonight and thinking it's real life, I suggest you watch this documentary called Spin and Wake the Hell Up Already. It's raw satellite footage from the 90s where presidents, news anchors, and pundits and producers are being recorded through live feeds unknowingly. It shows you how everything really works behind the scenes. This is footage related to debates and how they manipulate it and controlled. We're going to get sucked back into their demonic advertiser-controlled media machine of red versus blue, where they manipulate us for the next year up until the election that they'll obviously steal again, and keep your eyes glued to their BS narratives and contrived content while they use MK Ultra and Mockingbird learning tactics to subjugate us into submission and eventually think and do things that are completely against our own interests. It's the same stupid S every 4 years, and I'm so tired of it. Can't do it anymore. I doubt if I can play this because if it's a and it's a whole hour long.
That fourth and fifth. He's talking about that fourth and fifth generational warfare stuff that I've been talking about this whole time. I mean, I'm using a term for it that trended for a while, got bashed, and is not on the radar anymore. But that won't be long till it's back on the radar. Matter of fact, you should look up fourth generational or fifth generational warfare and Tim Pool, because he did a show on it too. Or at least a segment of a show on
it. I can't play any of this documentary, I don't think, and I don't want to risk it. It's an hour long
don't risk it. Don't risk it, but what is the name of it again? Because I want to write it down.
It's Spin. That's what it's called. Spin.
Yeah, I hate when he goes into the demonic advertiser control and all that, but it looks like something to look up.
Yeah, when I have time, I might check it out. Yeah. If I click on it,
I can always throw it on. I can always throw it on my phone and leave my headphones when I'm sweeping my section and doing my closing work.
Yeah, they might have some music in here. It might be copyright protected. I don't want to risk it.
Don't take a chance on it.
A couple of comments, tweet replies on this. It says, agreed, I can't take one more second of the red blue show. Another one, it says, it's all just so tiring. After every election, everyone is like, it's all fake, bullshit, never again. Then it spins back up again, and it's like the prior frauds never happened. Thinking it's different now. It's not. It never is. That's funny to me, too, because it seems like people have a short memory. Like, they whip us back up into a frenzy every time, and then we forget what happened last time, you know? And then we just do the same thing again every time. And then they tell us, oh, this is the most important election of your life.
Okay.
So you have to be involved.
You have to understand. First, they tell you what is important to you. Then they show how the things that are important to you are being destroyed and damaged by the other side. Then they explain to you how we can do better than them because we're not like that and we're going to do it a different way. And then they get it voted, and then you go and you vote for them and they put it in. And they put that to the side to pick up whatever the agenda was that the people that paying for their actual campaign is important to them. They may throw a bone toward things and all is good. And then it's time to elect again. So now we show you how the other side has stopped me from doing what I promised you because those guys fund them. Of course, they fund me too, but we don't talk about that, right? And that's how it is. You know, these big companies fund both sides, and they do it through different organizations. And so each side can say, well, they're funded by McDonald's. And, well, you're funded by Ray Kroc. Oh, isn't he the guy that owns McDonald's? That doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. It's the other side of what I'm saying, So, remember AOC? She campaigned and stopped an Amazon. She says, we need jobs in our area. And then blew a $14 million Amazon deal for a distribution center because it supposedly wasn't going to work or it was bad. But Amazon is one of the highest, Amazon and Amazon employees are one of her biggest campaign distributors. And I'm not knocking AOC on this. I'm just using this as an example because she doesn't take super PAC money. She only takes individual and small amounts and individual donations, not the big action committee things. But Amazon is one of the biggest. She gets thousands of dollars from Amazon despite keeping her out of that area. It's all who pays more.
Yeah. We just get lost in this BS every time. Let me read this. It says, I watched this presentation years ago. A great heads up on how our political reality is fabricated, with the theater of illusion being considerably more sophisticated and widespread now. It also places a whole new spin on the thing that is fake news. Indeed, one of the main reasons why our power political classes and their hacks, flacks, and lackeys in the establishment media decry alternative independent reportage as fake news so much is because they don't like the competition. To paraphrase Henry Ford, you can have any fake news you like as long as it's our fake news. It says many people believe the most frequently watched body part in 2021 was the hands, but in fact, it was the brain.
Oh, I like that. See, I was telling people all along through the pandemic, 90% of the people that worked during food service were washing their hands less during the lockdown than they did when they worked. They were. Think about it. Did you wash your hands less during the lockdown, or did you wash them as much as you do on your day-to-day job during the pandemic when you weren't working?
Oh yeah, when I'm working, I'm washing my hands all the time, like constantly. So
yeah, at least 4 or 5 times a day. I'm always running them underwater and grabbing a towel, or sometimes I've got a towel in my pocket that anytime I touch something, I wipe it off, and then I change that towel every time I go back, to the area. Just so I've got a fresh something, I can wipe off. People don't understand. Us servers, we're not going to get COVID from you breathing on me. I'm not going to get COVID from touching stuff in the grocery store or standing someone in the line. I'm going to get COVID when I pick your nasty ass plate up off the table and touch the food that you've got your liquids in. You are more dangerous to me than I am to you. Let me not have to wear my mask, bitch. So, what do you think about the masks coming back thing?
I know, but we got to be careful talking about this because they're on.
I'm only talking. I'm not talking any fact or anything like that. I'm just. The rumor is a mask mandate is coming. That's not. Right now, that's not a watched or banned subject. It's just supposition.
Yeah, I'm scared to talk about it because of what we might end up accidentally saying. And they're really on that shit right now again. They're really on it again. They're really looking out, and they're on people's ass with that shit again. Let me do this. This post, got almost 2K views. It was a short. I'm gonna play the short and read some of the comments, and I want you to say something because I don't know if you was there when I did this.
Arrested on minor trespassing charges by Texas DPS. They're then put into state jail while their families go through federal border processing.
When they're arrested for state criminal trespass charges and separated from their families.
Fathers ripped from their families. Arrested on minor trespassing charges by Texas DPS. They're then put into state jail while their families go through federal border processing.
When they're arrested.
So, damn it. So this is like another way where Texas is using like instead of them
when they're arrested for state criminal
instead of them being processed through like Border Patrol and like having to do with like asylum laws and all of that stuff, they're just using trespassing as their way to do it, like another way around it or whatever. Let me read some comments underneath this. It says, it should be illegal, inhumane for a family to be separated. Another comment, it says, quote, illegally trying to enter. Another comment, it says, come legal then. Is that all of them? Anyways, go ahead. You want to make a comment about this? Do you get it? I know it's really short. It sucks, these 15-second fucking clips. It really sucks. I mean, I did a bunch on this actually, but this is
I'm getting a little lag here, so.
Yeah, so it sucks. The damn, and that's what gets my views is those shorts. But it's like you can only put so much in the damn 15 seconds, man. So and that's why I take my time making the clips too, because I try to get as much into the 15 seconds as I can to get the whole like idea into it, which is a really tough job.
Well, it doesn't help. It doesn't help that all of us speak in that southern, slow, meandering way. I mean, you talk a little quicker than I do. I talk way quicker than Pat does. Deuce talks pretty quick. You can normally get stuff in there with him. But man, trying to capture a whole thought with Pat in a 15-second, man,
it's almost impossible.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work with that.
Yeah, so the name of this clip was Migrants Arrested for Trespass.
Love you, Pat. I know you're going to see this.
I really don't think he watches the show when he's not on it. Anyways, the name of the clip was Migrants Arrested for Trespassing. And it's just a thing that Texas is doing. Like I say, it allows them to use the law with the migrants without processing them in the way related to migrants. Do you get what I'm
So,
saying?
well, here's the problem. You got the men getting the quick processing and literally being out of jail the next day, recognizance, or since it's trespassing, after 2 or 3 days. Meanwhile, mother and kid, because they were with him, they have no place to go, they have no home, are referred to a migrant center.
Yeah, that's kind of where it happens, right?
I mean, and I don't like it, but I have to stand by if you commit a crime while your kids are in the car, they're not going to jail with you.
Right.
I mean, I got to stand on my border thing, because if we were to go the other way, we would be arrested and jailed for up to 4 years.
It's just ugly situation. And that's what I meant to cover. They're kicking out the buoys. They're forcing Abbott to pull him down. He got sued. And when I was
the
reading
buoys,
it,
yeah, okay.
when I was reading it, they said he had 10 days to take him down. And that was earlier this week. Let me see if I can find that.
See, I'm also having a problem with all these counter lawsuits and stuff back and forth. We're going to build it. Oh, we did. Oh, take it down. Here's a few million we're going to spend. Oh, now we got to take it down. Here's a few million we got to spend. That's 2 times a few million that could have gone more toward assuaging the problem in the freaking first place.
Waste of money.
But to be fair, I am and will always be a secure our borders. I'm not talking about like a Israel kind of wall or stuff like that. And when people say there's places you can't cover, it's like, yeah. The idea of building the walls, the barricades, and things like that are to direct people toward, people are naturally lazy. They will always take the path of least resistance. They will move and start trying traffic flow through places that are not barricaded more. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be other people going in other places, but again, we're not trying to build the Berlin Wall. We're not trying to build a wall between Israel and Palestine. We're just trying to slow shit the fuck down. We're trying to find a way to take the power away from the coyotes, to make it more likely for them to get picked up and lose that and not be able to get in, to discourage immigration through illegal measures. And no offense, there's 7 or 9 embassies just in Mexico alone that all they have to do is knock on their door and say, I need asylum, and will be processed right there, instead of having to go through all the American courts and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to see more of that. I would be more likely and happy to bring in people who went through the embassies than who stormed the border.
Yeah, I just think they should improve that process, Stop it with all the red tape and all the BS.
Well, the problem is more people want to come in than we want to come in. We're trying to have a reasonable amount of immigration. And it needs to be balanced. No offense, it needs to be balanced between the higher skills and the lesser skills, the more educated and the less educated. I mean, right now, all of these people that everyone's fighting for to be so cool, so neat, they're immigrants. Oh, we need to protect them. They're the next level of freaking slaves in America. They're the newest population of minimum and sub wage. They're the next generation of 18 people living in an apartment because that's what it takes to make it work. They're the next wave of people that are going to be preyed on by gangs, by drugs, by alcohol. I mean, we have to limit them because we also have to say, if we are going to let you become our citizens, we have to be able to help protect you too. We have to help integrate you into the culture instead of bringing you in such a mass that you come in and isolate yourself in areas where it's only your culture. I mean, when you take on the world's people, you take on the world's problems. You take on social difficulties that you didn't have before. You take on religious strife that you didn't have before. Economic strife that you didn't have before. Criminal strife that you didn't have before. And it takes time for a culture to assimilate that. And sometimes it ends up having to assimilate, sometimes through violence. And if we don't get a handle on that and now, then it's going to be such an overwhelming problem in the future that it's going to send us to another societal breakdown. But that's why I'm about trying to, like I said, not trying to limit or stop immigration as much as just slow it down a little bit. Let's get our shit together. Figure out what and how to do this. We're letting millions of people in extra, and we are having a large amount of people homeless in our streets and things like that. We have things that we need to answer before we assimilate another 10, 15% of our entire country's population until we increase it immediately like that. And now we got all the friggin' Republicans trying to get a whole bunch of more babies being made, which, consumers being born. Because all of this debt they put us in. When I was born, the conspiracy theory way of thinking was I was born $68,000 in debt. Nowadays, my son in 86 was born $70,000 in debt, according to the statistics and all that. Now we're getting into the 150,000. When a child is born, it's going to cost that much just to bring them up to society, plus being raised and all that. You understand what I'm saying, right?
Right. I get it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I can't whip up the statistics that I'm talking about, but you know the reports. You've heard them. You've seen them. You've read that. Economically, you understand that.
I get it.
And so
let's get into this right quick. I want to set it up first, and then it took me forever to find the damn article. And it's funny that it was hard for me to find the article that was telling what the judge said. Many videos popped up about the case, But what the judge actually said took me a while to find. But anyways, let me play this to set it up.
Well, a federal judge will decide if Texas can keep a floating border barrier in the Rio Grande.
The Department of Justice suing Texas to make Governor Greg Abbott remove the barrier. KVU's Isabella Basco was at this morning's hearing, and she has more.
Now that the Department of Justice has filed a lawsuit to remove buoys from the Rio Grande, advocates are calling it a potentially lethal aspect of Governor Greg Abbott's border operation, Operation Lone Star. While Governor Greg Abbott says that President Biden's open border policies are making it that migrants are risking their lives by illegally crossing through the water. At a hearing today, the plaintiffs, the United States, brought two witnesses, Joseph Shelnut, who works with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and Hillary Quam, who works for the State Department. Shelnut reviews unauthorized activities in the U.S., and he noticed a structure was impeding human movement across the river. At the hearing, Quam is a border coordinator who was concerned about how the barriers could impact our relationship with Mexico, mentioning Mexico's president has raised the topic of the buoy barriers 6 times in his daily press conference since June. They call the barriers a treaty violation and says Mexico is sensitive about sovereignty issues, worried they'll be seen as a lesser power. Advocates rallied outside the courthouse before the hearing, echoing these sentiments, while Governor Abbott stood firm on his decision while visiting the border yesterday.
We are not against border security. We are against Operation Lone Star inhumane tactics violating immigrant civil rights. Undocumented immigrants have the right to freedom of speech, of religion, and the right to be treated fairly.
25 governors in 25 states, half of the states of the United States of America are banding together to step up and secure a border that President Biden has abandoned.
The last witness was Lauren Flossman, who was brought in by the defense for the state. He's retired from Border Patrol and was questioned about the position of the buoys, saying they're on the U.S. side of the river. Now, the deadline for closings is Friday at 4 p.m., with the judge saying he will make his decision as soon as possible. Politics aside, back to you.
Yeah, so he said he's going to make his decision.
Texas Governor.
He said he's going to make his decision and leave politics out of it. Yeah, I don't know how you're going to do that. So let's go to this, which was hard for me to find. It took that whole time of Doc rambling for me to find this, but it says right here, it says, judge gives Texas only 10 days. Governor Abbott must immediately remove the Rio Grande buoys. 1 day ago, the E-Texan, I don't even know what this is, where I found this. It says, Texas in a recent court decision, U.S. District Judge David Ezra has called for the immediate removal of buoys in the Rio Grande placed by Texas as a measure against unauthorized border crossings, Dallas Metro News reported. The judge rejected the state's argument that Governor Greg Abbott had the authority to install these buoys due to an alleged migrant invasion. The ruling underlines that the court will not engage in political discussions as per coverage by the Dallas Morning News. The lawsuit was initiated on July 24th by the U.S. Justice Department, which accused Texas and Governor Abbott of installing floating barriers in the Rio Grande without the required approval from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. The federal complaint also contends that Texas did not follow federal permitting protocols as set forth in the Rivers and Harbors Act of 1899. Texas defended its actions by claiming sovereign rights under the U.S. Constitution to guard against invasion of migrants and drug smugglers. Judge Ezra, however, was not persuaded by this line of argument. He emphasized that the court's main concern is to assess whether the buoys serve as an obstruction to navigation rather than diving into the border topic of state enforcement of federal immigration laws. In addition to legal considerations, diplomatic relations between the U.S. and Mexico could be impacted by the buoys. A U.S. State Department official testified that the barriers could strain the bilateral relationship. This follows concerns raised by Mexico's Foreign Affairs Secretary Alicia Barracina and repeated mentions of the issue by Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador in his daily press briefing since late June. What we're talking about is a very delicate situation on the border at the Rio Grande, Rio Bravo, as we call it. Foreign Minister Alicia Burkina told reporters at the State Department at a joint news conference with Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, most of the buoys are on the Mexican side. A recent survey by the binational agency responsible for the Rio Grande River has found that 80% of the anti-migrant buoys installed by Texas are located on the Mexican side of the border. In response, Texas has discreetly repositioned them. Governor Abbott attributed the previous placement to the buoys having drifted, despite the survey showing most of the concrete anchors also being on the Mexico territory. U.S. District Judge David Isra, who was appointed by former President Ronald Reagan, has yet to issue a preliminary injunction regarding the removal of approximately 1,000 feet of these buoys. A final decision is expected no sooner than next week. Both parties have given until Friday afternoon to present their written closing arguments, according to the Dallas Morning News. In court, Lauren Flossman, an employee of buoy supplier Cochrane USA, questioned the accuracy of the agent's survey. Flossman stated that Cochrane had initially mapped the river to ensure the buoys were installed on the U.S. side. He testified that it would make about 3 weeks to remove the buoys, while the Justice Department is advocating for the removal within 10-day time frame. So that's why, because it's not really complete yet, that's the reason why it was hard for me to find the answer. Okay, that makes sense. So the judge is recommending the removal within the 10-day time frame. But that's not the actual judgment yet, apparently. This is my understanding from what I just read. So I must have saw this headline whenever I saw this. Judge gives Texas only 10 days. Governor Abbott must immediately remove the Rio Grande buoys. But the reason why I really wanted to do this to kind of pat myself on the back, because whenever we covered this initially, I said they're going to sue him and they're going to make him take it down. That's what I said from jump. I think you was on the show when we was talking about this too.
Yeah, I kind of agreed with you, if I remember. I mean, I like the idea that it went up, but it's funny. But yeah, they weren't gonna let it stay up. And now that I know that they didn't go after it on an immigration, they went on an old navigational law. It's like, yeah, dude, no, someone on your team should have spotted that a long time ago.
Right. And the other part, so they must have did this really haphazardly, because the other part of it is they said 80% of it was on the Mexico side. They couldn't possibly have thought that that was going to fly. You know, I mean, like, what jurisdiction do they really have on installing? They're basically installing some shit in Mexico's freaking sovereign territory. How could they legally get away with that?
Well, yeah, I was seeing buoy drift, but then it also said, well, some of the supports were actually on the Mexican. I'm like, well, that's going to be easy. They're going to take the guy that did the survey, make him pee in a cup, and fire him.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do. They're going to say he fucked up, he made a mistake, whatever.
It's the minimum wage guy that was out there doing the survey that's going down for that, or he's going to lose his job over it.
Yeah, they're going to say he fucked up. They're like,
oh, well, it was a mistake. We've taken care of the problem, and
blah, 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 bullshit. Yeah, that's interesting, though. I like to do these follow-up stories, because one of the things I feel like the media doesn't do is when they make a mistake, they tuck it away, or they don't cover it at all. If they do cover it, they put it at the bottom, at the end of the segment, or at the bottom of the article, like a little short little thing or whatever that no one ever really sees. You know, it's like the media is never wrong, basically. You know what I mean? That's the perception that the people get, because they don't never come out and be like, okay, we was wrong about this. This is what actually it was, da-da-da-da-da. And so I don't want to do that. You know, I want to do journalism here. That's what I'm trying to do anyways. And I wanted to have some integrity, you know. And that's the reason why I cover both sides and I cover all of the sides, regardless of my opinions. It's like, you know, another part of the media that really bothers me is that most of what we get as news is just someone's opinion on what's happening. And they don't spend much time on actually giving the facts of what it is. You know what I mean? Really informing the people.
Anurag says that that's a Hong Kong cubicle. When we were looking at those,
what, we missed some comments?
The pods. No, I'm telling you about it now. It's only been a couple minutes.
Okay.
On Rumble, I've got the Rumble open.
That is a Hong Kong cubicle. I see it now. What was he talking about? What were we talking about? I'm not getting it.
It was the pod. I believe he was talking about the way the pods looked in that line. It looked like Hong Kong cubicles. If you've ever been to Hong Kong, I would say that the rooms there are smaller than New York for sure.
I've seen the pictures. It's really crazy how packed in they have them in their apartments. Their square footage is crazy. It's really crazy how many people they get into small areas in their apartments.
Size, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be like a bathroom. Like one of our bathrooms is like their whole apartment. Wow, man, I would be claustrophobic, and the sound has to be really terrible. Like you get to hear everything, paper thin ass walls, and you get to hear everything your neighbors. They better not have an argument or have sex or anything. Then they're gonna probably be reporting them to the officials or whatever. Like I guess I don't know if they have homeowners association, but.
You stay in your own space, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that is what they're doing over there is not your space.
I think it was a follow-up with the Ken Paxton. I might save that for next week. I think I'm gonna save that for next week. I hate that I mentioned it now, but we talked about Ken Paxton and the drama he's going through. His name is still on everything as the Attorney General, Texas Attorney General. But he's not, they took him out. Like he's not acting Attorney General, even though his name is on everything because of the legal drama that he's going through.
So it's now from the office of Ken Paxton.
Right. So I'm gonna wait till next week because I'm gonna do some more research on that because I want to do a follow-up on that story too, because I want to say I remember seeing some developments that has happened. His court case happened, something happened, but I'm gonna look it up and follow up on that one too. Yeah, like I said, that's what the freaking news media needs to do more. They need to do less opinions and more information, because they act like people aren't smart enough to, come to their own conclusions and have their own opinions. Like they have the debates of the whole damn news show is the opinions of what so-called experts or whatever. Really, it just be random ass people. And not to knock the idea of experts. Now, I don't like that because, I'm an academic. So you do have people that are experts on certain things because they've been studying it their whole damn life. And you can't belittle that shit. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's an opinion coming from that person, but that person that has been studying some shit for like 30, 40 years, their opinion is something that you probably want to listen to because they freaking know what the hell they're talking about.
Fauci.
Yeah, so it goes both ways. Sometimes you get bought and paid for. So, that's what I be saying all the time too. That you have to look at how much these people are getting paid because what they're saying.
Not how much,
public,
who's paying it?
Yeah, because what they're saying in public is probably not what they really feel about whatever the topic is. They're getting paid, so there's and I gotta say this, It's not that I really at home when they're talking to their family or friends or whatever, they're probably saying something totally, totally different. But yeah, I don't like the belittling of experts. But what I'm talking about is how they, the whole news media is all opinions. Like it's an hour of somebody just opinions, and they spend like 30 seconds on whatever the damn data information, factual information is, and they just filler the rest of the freaking program with, some person's freaking opinions.
Dude, I still remember back in the day when they'd be looking at the camera, they'd read all the news, just what the news was, what was going on, and then they would turn to another camera. And that would signal them telling their opinions about the news and stuff like that. There was statement of fact and then statement of what they thought. And there was a divisive line. You knew what was the news and what they were thinking about the news. Or I might just be caught in a different Mandela universe. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, no, I do. I remember the news media has changed, within our lifetime. I've seen it change, how it was more journalism. Remember, we used to have all of those like
it's more like wrestling today. It's news entertainment. It's like it's sports. It's not really a sport, but it's sports entertainment. It's not really the news, but it's news entertainment.
Yeah, we used to have all of those stories where somebody cracked a story, kind of like what WikiLeaks does, but regular reporters would do it, and they would go and do research about something, and then they would come out with their whole thing.
And they didn't have to leave and hide in another country after they did it.
Yeah, now that never happens. I'm looking for something. There are a lot of comments on the one that said Trump, if I lose, it was rigged. There's a lot of comments on that one. The one about Clarence Thomas violating the public trust got a lot of comments. I don't know. I think how you feel about talking about Clarence Thomas before we go? And then it was the other one about the guy and his mom. Let's do that one because it got a good number of comments too. I think we'll wrap it on this, unless something pops up that I wanted to finish. But I'm really gonna try to do this more often, where I go and look at the shorts that got the most comments, and we'll just kind of talk about the comments from the shorts. Be an easy way for me to produce content, but beside it being easy, I think it's a cool thing to do. Listen to the Child, that's the name of it. Damn it, I keep on doing that.
The fuck is you talking to me like that though?
Because you let my daughter sit on another man's lap.
Okay, but I'm not your motherfucking child though.
Listen, don't let it happen.
You're talking to me like you lost your motherfucking mind.
She already said she felt uncomfortable. You're not gonna listen to your daughter? You're not gonna listen to
the fuck is you talking to me like that though?
Because you let my daughter sit on another man's lap.
Okay, but what the fuck? Okay, I'm not your motherfucking child though.
Listen, don't let it happen.
You're talking to me like you lost your motherfucking mind.
She already said she felt uncomfortable. You're not gonna listen to your daughter? You're not gonna listen to
the fuck is you.
You remember that, right? I think you was in here when I did that one.
The fuck is you talking to me like that though?
Because
Hold on. And so comments on this one. So the name of the short was Listen to the Child. This clip was about the dad confronting the mom because the child told him that she didn't feel comfortable sitting on her uncle's lap or whatever. And the dad is confronting the mom about it, and then she's all defensive and acting like it's a personal attack against her and that he's being weird.
I'm easy on this one. I am really easy on this one. If the girl does not feel friggin' comfortable, keep away from that uncle.
It's
You,
an easy.
you know my joke about comedy. Comedy. It's always funny when it's about somebody else, but when it touches you, comedy is, like I said, comedy is like that creepy uncle at the family reunion. It's always funny when it happens to somebody else, but when it touches you, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm. It's not funny no more.
Right. And I'm sorry, if my kid came up to me and said, I'm getting creeped out by that person, and it's a family member that I cannot reasonably extract all contact with, I will tell her very simple, you do not have to sit in that lap.
Mm-hmm.
You do not have to take that information. Say, no thanks, that's okay. Do whatever. And if you are told to or forced to or coerced to in any way, then no offense, that person and the people around you are no longer protectors of my family and have chosen not to be my family.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm about my daughter being okay.
Right.
If she ain't okay, then I cannot be okay.
Yeah. And so the mom was all like, well, that's her uncle or whatever, and that's my brother or whatever. So it's like being weird. And then she's all like, you're attacking me. And she made it about her. And like, why are you talking to me like this? It's like, regardless of how I'm talking to you, let's talk about what the hell, well, how come you can't, he was asking her, why you can't just respect my wishes related to this? And then he ended it with, listen to the child, I mean, like, you're not going to listen to your child. And that's the reason why I named this short, Listen to the Child, is because I feel like, that's what we have to do more. Like a lot of times we don't listen to the children, like, that like what they're saying is invalid or whatever, that, for whatever reason, we feel like the kid is, I really don't know, but I know that we don't listen to them enough. We should listen to children more. I say it all the time. Like when you watch a horror movie or something, it's always in the horror movie, the kid is like saying like something about something, and the parents are like, oh, whatever, man, you're tripping or whatever, just go play or whatever. Like, and then all of a sudden, like something really bad happens or whatever. Like the kid was trying to tell you and you wouldn't freaking listen. Let me read some comments. It says, imagine that she's trying to make it about her instead of her child. Obviously, the child is telling her daddy because her mama ain't listening. I hope she is somewhere safe.
Look,
Another. Go ahead.
Kids have wisdom because their head isn't all filled up with the dumb shit that we fill it with as adults and even teenagers and shit like that. They got the wisdom to see and understand when something ain't right because they haven't made up their minds yet. They actually can sense it, where we will sit there and
second guess,
justify it.
Yeah, rationalize.
Well, no, oh no, it's just that. Oh no, it's that. Oh, I know better. It can't be that.
Mm-hmm.
We will dismiss something on a level where a child is, or a younger person. I'm not even going to say a child, where a younger person is actually sensing this for the first time, and we don't remember that. So we dismiss it. When sometimes it being just feeling wrong is valid.
Yeah. You know what they say, like you have another brain like in your stomach, like right in your gut or whatever, so when your stomach, like you feel it in your stomach, you feel like something is off and you can't really just make sense of it, and I always say go with your gut. If you feel like something is off, you maybe don't have any rational like explanation for it, but still listen to it.
Well, here's another deal. You know when someone is foking energy that has bad intent on you. You can actually see it, sense it, you feel it. Some people call it paranoia. Some people say just because I think they're out to get me doesn't mean that they're not.
Yeah. And it don't even have to be another person. It could just be like, when something bad is going to happen,
But a child is open to all of that energy where we've learned to shut it off.
Right.
You got ill will toward me. You have ill intent. You now have a wall. You don't bother me. A child doesn't have that capability yet. If they feel creepy about someone, I'm going to take more weight into them feeling creepy about it than I would myself.
Yes.
And then I'm going to use my adult observance and power of observation and shit and look from first the child's eyes to see what the hell is going on.
Yeah. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, hold on. My mic is doing something weird. Hold on. It says, terrible mother, in quotes, because a real mother doesn't dismiss the child's father no matter how much she dislikes him. Another one, it says, W dad, so a win for the dad. Another comment, it says, it's like listening to another guy talking back to him. Another comment, it says, imagine your niece sits on your lap and their dad wants to fight over it. They put the dead face emoji. Another comment, it says, if the daughter, go ahead, you was going to say something?
Imagine your niece sits on your lap and your dad wants to fight over it. Okay, so my niece comes over and she sits on my lap and all of that of her own volition, or hey, come and sit down. Cool. That's obviously not what's going on here. Obviously we've got a hey, come on, sit over here on my lap kind of thing going on. Because kids don't get creepy vibes like that unless creepy vibes I'm sorry, it's the stereotype creepy fucking uncle at the family reunion. I have a problem with this because it's a stereotype for a reason.
For a reason. Let me read another comment. It says, if the daughter is uncomfortable with sitting on the uncle's lap, don't make her do it. Is the uncle a friend of the family or is he proper family? Either way.
Good question.
It says either way, don't make your kid do something they're not comfortable doing. Yeah, I don't like it when people.
Is that my brother, your uncle, or is that just Uncle Joe?
And it seems like women do it a lot more than men, where it's like, oh, that's my cousin, or oh, that's my uncle, or whatever. And they're not that, It's like, why do you put these titles?
I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to aim this at black women or anything like that, but I will tell you the truth. I've known more black women to sleep with their cousins,
right,
than some deep ass rednecks.
Yeah,
and I'm saying they're cousins.
Yeah,
in quotes. I'm putting them air quotes up. Heck, I know one girl that had 14 cousins. Didn't have any aunts and uncles though.
Yeah, man, I don't like that shit. It's like
her mom and dad were both only children, but she had 13 cousins.
It causes so much confusion, especially when you say it to kids because they don't know better. If you say this is my sister, or this is my cousin, or this is my uncle, or whatever you say, the kids are gonna take it for face value. They're not gonna think of it as like, oh, she's just calling them her sister because they're really close friends and they treat them like family or whatever. And I get that idea that sometimes people that aren't family are more family than family are. So that's fair, but be clear about it. The confusion is what I don't like. You could say she's like my sister, he's like my brother. I call him my brother because, he's more family than my family, then you can understand, and kids can understand. That's another part of this. It's like, they be like, oh, stay out of grown folks' business or whatever. And it's like, You know, these kids, they can understand a lot of stuff if you explain it to them, you know? Stop acting like these kids don't understand, or they don't have the capacity to understand. They get it. Another comment, it says terrible mother. Another one, it says L mom. I want to say it was some replies on this one. The one that says, imagine your niece sits on your lap and their dad wants to fight over it. Somebody did a reply. It says, it's not the fact about wanting to fight over it. It's the fact that the daughter said she was uncomfortable and the mother just overlooks it. And another reply says, Neil Zilla is just saying that would be a very uncomfortable situation. That was my comment, trying to clearing the tension a little bit with that. And the Nick Zilla, he replied, he says, oh, I didn't hear the part where he said she was uncomfortable. I watched the video without headphones.
Yeah, like I said, when the child says they're uncomfortable, you're either going to stop it or we're going to fight. And I will teach that girl, if that man calls you to sit on his lap, tell him no. If your mother tells you to do it, say, I would rather be grounded to my room for the rest of the night than do it because I don't feel comfortable. And then call me. I'm not going to start a fight. I'm just going to document it. And I'm going to make sure that that's when I start checking into somebody. If you're making my kid, if you're saying just go ahead and sit on his lap, she's uncomfortable, I'm going to start looking into him, other family members, find out. I'm going to find out. But I'm lying, daddy. I'm going to fuck you up. I mean, that's just all. Say, I'm a single dad. Mine was a boy. But I'm still going to fuck you up. I mean, that's just who I am, the way it worked out. I didn't realize I had that level of I'm going to fuck you up in me until I started taking care of my kid on my own.
Yeah, I'm a single father. I have 2 daughters, and yeah, so this topic is pretty sensitive. It's 42 comments with this one. Let's do one more. This is the last one for sure. Okay. I want to do this one because it has so many comments. Am I sharing? No, let's share this. This was one of the Trump clips. It's like, I understand why the media covers Trump so much because you get a lot of clicks. Anyways, the name of this short was Trump, If I Lose, It Was Rigged. Oh, damn it. I keep doing that.
He lost the Iowa caucus. He lost the Wisconsin primary. He said the Republican primary was rigged against him. Then Trump University gets sued for fraud and racketeering. He claims the court system and the federal judge is rigged against him. He lost the Iowa caucus. He lost the Wisconsin primary. He said the Republican primary was rigged against him. Then Trump University gets sued for fraud and racketeering. He claims the court system and the federal judge is rigged against him. He lost the Iowa caucus.
Okay, so hold on, let me go back. I keep pressing that damn button.
He lost the Iowa caucus.
All right, let's read some comments. There's a lot of them. It says, no place to talk. Hillary is done. She just doesn't know. Another one, it says, there she is, our lovely trafficker. Another comment, it says, and he had one of the best economies with the lowest illegal immigration and unemployment rates for decades. Another one that says, meanwhile, her husband is paying for services rendered to teenagers. Another comment that says, facts about the con man coming from another liar. Another comment, she claimed it was rigged when she lost and got a load of her supporters to smash everything, LOL. Another one that says, take Hillary to jail, please. Another one that says, hilarious, Hillary, you lost. Another comment that says, that's because it is rigged. Another comment that says, if Hillary and Biden switched places, she would have won. Hindsight is 2020. My guess for 2024, Pence is winning by a close margin.
No, Pence ain't going to make it. Pence lost it when he was on Tucker Carlson and said, that's not my concern, this is.
They said if Hillary and Biden switched places, she would have won. What do they mean by that? If Hillary and Biden switched places, she would have won. What do they mean by that? The talking about the second race, the second time that Trump ran his re-election bid.
Yeah,
So
if they put
if Hillary would have been there instead of Biden, I
or
guess
Hillary and Kamala, that is the two most unlikable people on the Democratic side at the presidential level. Neither one of them are good enough. Kamala shouldn't even have been in a friggin' race.
So,
She
but
should not have
still,
been vice president. She's horrible.
I still think that's
Hillary could be a vice president and then pull off becoming president. I mean, if she became vice president with Joe Biden, guarantee you in 2 years Joe Biden wouldn't be president no more.
yeah. So, but anyways,
He'd fall down the stairs or walk off the wrong side of the stage into something at the 2-year mark.
But I think this comment is valid because it was the pushback, it was the swing back, it was the pendulum coming around. So it was like her timing was bad, because Biden wasn't a good candidate either, but he did win. So it's like they're saying if Hillary and Biden switched places, she would have won. Hindsight is 2020. I think they're probably right because Biden won. So if the name would have been Hillary instead of Biden, that would have been in there.
I would
just because
say
of the pendulum swinging.
Hillary and Michelle would have won everything. Ain't nobody on earth would have actually. The vote against them would have been so low. They would have probably done a 60%, 60% margin. If Hillary had run with Michelle as VP.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, yeah, it's called projection. Another one that says Trump 2024. Another comment that says frazzle drip. I don't really know what that means. Another one that says he was right, but as much as you and Bill did is just as bad or worse. Another comment that says, poor Donnie, always the victim, but always the criminal traitor. Another comment that says, he's properly right. It jumps out to me that a lot of these comments kind of like avoiding what she was saying. As much as I don't like Hillary, I think she had a point here, and a lot of these comments are just attacking Hillary personally instead of, dealing with what she said, So I think that's interesting and telling. It kind of reveals where we are, where our political landscape has landed.
Not really, because she's not on the political landscape.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You know,
It
because
does. This is the peanut gallery tossing shit down like a freaking. It's just throwing mud. It's throwing crap. It's the peanut gallery. That would be like Bernie Sanders coming out and condemning somebody. You are irrelevant. Get the fuck out of our media and give us somebody that actually has something to say.
this clip was from the presidential debate back when she was running. That's where this came from. You know, she was very relevant at that time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, that was okay. That was during the Democratic debates back at the thing.
Yeah, it wasn't a Democratic debate because it was.
Well, yeah.
It was,
Everybody that knows anything about Trump knows he's a sore loser. They know he's a baby. They know what they voted fucking in, and if they did, they're stupid. And I can say this because, well, I didn't vote for him because you know me, I think he's a jackass.
yeah, well, reason why, you know, and the same reason why I posted this and covered this was because of, you know, it shows where Trump's head was at back then. And then you've got, you know, what's going on now in the politics related to Trump, you know.
Yeah.
And that's
So
what I mean by
she has established exactly the fact that he can't wrap his mind around fairly losing, which actually this statement is a better defense than offense toward the charges that he's got. Because the charges are about ultimately whether or not he actually thought he got cheated or if he's just being an asshole about it.
yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
if he always believes he got cheated, then every move he made was actually pretty much in legal context. Well, until we get to the bribery charges and all that monetary fault signing, I don't know what all that's about. But like I say, I'm literally keeping away from the charges and stuff like that because I'm trying not to taint myself once it all starts.
yeah, but what the point I was making was the majority of these comments is like attacking Hillary personally, because like this first one, it says no place to talk, Hillary is done. And you know, there she is, our lovely trafficker.
Again, we've already said that you're showing a 4-year-old clip as relevant news. So that first comment going, she's irrelevant, she's done, that's actually kind of true. Because
Yeah, but that's
without any context, this looks like it's something new that's being said. They don't know that this is a clip from 4 or 6 years ago.
I don't see how they can not know that. I mean, but still,
because it's showing up on their feed today.
Yeah, but
yeah, but what?
I don't see how you wouldn't know. Like,
it's not dated at a time. You don't know if Hillary just came out and fucking said that.
It's on the bottom of the screen. It says presidential debate. Like, you haven't had her in no debate in no time recently. Like,
but how many people will notice that or will know that? How many people just see this 15-minute clip and go, "Fuck this bitch! She's done. She's gone."
Well, that's the point I'm making.
That's like pulling up a Palin clip that says debate, which actually doesn't say presidential debate. It just says something AL debate, NBC News. Ours did that the other day.
Now you must be cooking something.
Our battery went low, so it goes off every time we put it in until we get a new one.
Yeah, so another comment, it was like,
This is a clip talking about old shit, and I get where it came from because I do remember the debates. I actually watched them, and when they were live, and yeah, like I said, I remember this because this was also, if I'm not mistaken, the very one that started out with them saying, "How do you know the system is rigged? Prove tell us how the system is rigged." And he goes, "I know it's rigged because I used it."
Yeah. So it's like what I'm saying is this just shows where we are in our political place now. The guy was she was saying that everything he lost, he said it was rigged, So and that's where we are today, where he's still saying the same thing. And then the comments are all instead of dealing with that reality that he's saying that everything is rigged, they just attack her. You know what I mean?
Because she's an unlikable person who no one's heard from in fucking years. They really are just more agitated that she's in your face, my face right now in the middle of my reel. I don't want to listen to this bitch.
They clicked on they had to click on the freaking reel. The reel has her picture as the thumbnail.
No, they do not have to click on the reel. If you hit one reel and then start scrolling, it starts doing random stuff.
Yeah,
and your stuff comes up in random stuff.
They played.
Now they got to click to comment, but they don't have to. No. They don't. I don't have to. I've got your stuff coming up in my stuff, even though I don't click on the individual reels. Well, I do, but even in my middle ground page, I'm seeing reels from this coming up, and I have seen a reel or two, and I'm not clicking on them because I watch something that's politically oriented, and then it automatically, if you scroll down, on Facebook, it's right or left. On YouTube, it's up or down.
Yes, I know this.
And it will eventually come through to this. This pops up randomly on people's reels.
Right,
That's why you're getting hits, is because it's coming into people's reels like that.
But they
it's
let
not
it
because
play.
people are starting to. Yes, they'll
they
play
let
it. They'll
play.
watch it, and when they comment on it, it actually makes the algorithm hit even more for it. So all of these negative comments, it doesn't matter what they're saying. All that matters is they're commenting on it.
I don't know what's going on, so I need to wrap it and find out what the hell is why these beeping is happening. So, anyways, y'all, peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. I need to see if I'm on fire or something. We'll be back next week.